better get me to school on time. Oh, yeah. Of the class. Today's assignment. And if you wanna be a teacher's pet, well, baby, you just better forget it. I got no reason, I got no rhyme. You better get me to school on time. And if you wanna be a teacher's pet, well, baby, you just better forget it. Better get me to school on time. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But y'all be rocking when I'm done. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Indeed. What's going on, y'all? Thank you to those motherfuckers joining us. Twitchy Gamer Big D. What's going on, guys? Thanks for stopping on by. As always, this song needs more synths. Well, tell Jack Black that. Or tell whatever Paramount or Universal company that released that song. We got the Hugo, got my buddy Hugo emote going. Big D, discovering the pit. I'm very happy that was, you know what, I got some stats. I got some stats about like the emote usage outside of my stream. That one, in the past few days, since it's been uploaded, has been my most used stream not on this channel. People used it something like 72 times. So I guess it works. So that's where we're at. Good day to all joining us. Thank you guys very much. It is pretty lit. I'm not gonna lie, there it is. People be moshing around. I think it's pretty funny. I think it was like the moment where what's his face? Oh man, I forget his Kim something shared his metal track with us, and I was literally moshing around the room with my own chair. So happy about that. Yes, let it live, Kim Kardashian. Good God, don't let her live. What's up, y'all? I'm happy to see you guys. Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, it was a live moment. I will not lie to thee. Um, yeah, I don't think we're gonna wait around much or talk. How is your weekends, guys? Like, what are you guys up to? Looks pretty trippy when there's a bunch of them. It kind of does. It kind of looks like a satanic ritual, which I'm pretty down for. Look at that. Look at that. Oh wow, it is pretty trippy. I can't stop looking. Um, how was your weekend, guys? How was your week? I do nothing with my life. Bought some edibles. We got some crazy edibles right now. Some like stupid strong ones. We ate an edible and a half from that bag, and I was so fucked I had to go and take a shower. But that's cool, man. That's good time. What's wrong with edibles? That's not doing nothing with your life. It's doing something. My weekend was good. Just kind of hung out. Yeah, Big D. Yeah, sometimes it's got to be a restful weekend. Sometimes. No edibles. That's okay. You get him back. I didn't do much crazy shit over the weekend except for streaming with you motherfuckers, of course. But I'll tell you what, we give big edibles. Give Big D edibles. Hashtag give Big D edibles. Someone find him and ship him some sick edibles. But yeah, guys, this will be our only weekday stream this week. I got a contract tomorrow and Thursday. They're not legal here. That does suck. Yes, unfortunately, yeah. Unfortunately, yeah, I gotta, well, not unfortunately, it's good. It's money. It's good money, too. Corporate contracts are the tits. But yeah, so I got a contract for the next 2 days, and I'm waking up at like before 5 tomorrow. I'm doing a 6 to 5 shift, and then I'm doing a 7 to 7 shift. So money, great. But then yeah, and then Friday I work at 10 a.m., which is great. Saturday should be the next time that I'm streaming, if I'm lucky. Live sound thing, something like that. Yeah, it's like a corporate event. There's going to be some wireless microphones, probably some like wireless headsets for some conferences or some shit. And I'm just going to basically be responsible for getting them to sound good, getting the feedback to stop, and turning them on and off whenever someone goes on or off stage. Pretty corporate event. Something pretty straightforward, actually. But yes, I'm pretty down. It's been a while since I haven't worked like a solid ass corporate contract. So here we go. Adjust that motherfucker squelch. Yeah. If only squelch was the only goddamn problem. But no, these motherfuckers don't know how to use microphones. So you have to like practically teach them how to speak. It's like microphones. I don't know if you know this, especially the headset ones. They're not made to like, you can't whisper into them and expect miracles to happen. You still have to project your voice out there as if you're presenting. You have to be still an orator. But like seriously, it's fucking crazy. I'm telling these people. So like when you speak, don't forget, you're on stage. Just because you have a microphone doesn't mean you don't have to speak louder. And then these motherfuckers be like, I'd like to talk to you about graphic design. Yeah, great. I hate it when these I hate it when they hold it down by their belt because they want to look casual like Steve Jobs. Oh yeah, when they're doing this whole thing. Yeah. And if they have the handset mic, that's actually not a terrible thing if they're holding it too far, because I could give those a decent amount of gain before they start feeding. But these motherfuckers, oh, they're terrible. Like Omni mics. Oh, geez, dude. It's the worst kind for corporate, and yet everybody wants them. And yeah, so I'm gonna probably be stuck with a bunch of headset mics, most likely. So that's what's up with me. Glad to hear you guys had a pretty chill weekend. To all our lurkers, welcome to the stream. We're not gonna. So yeah, because I'm starting at 6 a.m. tomorrow, we're not gonna be going for 8 hours today, and unfortunately, we're not gonna be doing many streams this week. So it's gonna be a bit of a timid week. Starting on Sunday really was the start of this timid week. Nice little 5-hour stream today. We might be going for about 5 or 6 as well. But I got to take her easy because I've never not that I've never woken up this early, but it's been like legit 6 months. 6 months since I've like woken up this fucking early. So let's say we get this started, folks. Let's say we get right into the feedback session and stop frittering about. Shall we? I mean, I only have you, Twitchy Gamer, so you want to post your link, bud? There it is. So yeah, not much of a lineup today. Got a couple people lingering, got a couple people lurking. I wonder if I should shut them out, like who I see in the chat. I wonder if I should like say, I see you motherfucker lurking. I see that shit. But no, let's not do that. Let's not embarrass those who don't want to be identified. Welcome to heaven, my boys. I see. The track is called Heaven. In the immortal words of Will Smith. When they are ready, they will come. If you build it, they will come. All right. Well, folks, I see no reason to delay this any longer. Let's fucking do this. Without further ado, Twitchy, the artist known as Echoey, Heaven. Let's have a little slice of heaven together. Twitchy, very nice work, man. It's nice and chill. And yeah, it has a slightly different arrangement. I was gonna say it is very similar to what you usually do, but also doesn't really have that that mid-level dip so much. It actually just grows in intensity. But yeah, dude, honestly, you're going you're getting gentle with me and the music. I love that, dude. That's very, very nice. Baseball heaven type beat. I want an artist on this, so some of it's repetitive for sure. That makes sense. I mean, like, yeah, it does take a sort of backseat on the lead elements at least. Yo, Eclipse Stars Link, thank you for joining the queue, my dude. Thanks for joining the chat for the first time as well. Magic Ninja Beats, welcome back, dude. Thanks for joining as well. That's awesome. That was nice, Big D. I did also like that vocal sample, that sustained vocal sample. It was nice, man. Yeah, let's jump into this, man. I don't really think I have much to say. I liked the dynamics of it. I liked the sounds. The samples were good. I don't necessarily think that a lot of transitions are in order, but let's just listen back. Okay, yeah. Something that I thought of, it reminds me of something that I said on Sunday, I think, about someone's tracks, in that it's definitely good. I love that fucking emote. So glad people use those. Yeah. Yeah. So basically, the synth, not the synth, but the vocal sample that you're using as essentially that mid filling sound is very, very pretty, very beautiful, fills a lovely amount of space without being too overbearing. I will say that because it is literally vocal samples, if you're going to have an artist on this singing or rapping wouldn't be so obtrusive. However, if you wanted to remain unobtrusive for singing, you may have to do a little bit of side chaining your artist's vocals to that synth. And or even fucking with the stereo image a little bit. I wish there was a way to sidechain like wider, the plugin wider with other things, so that you can actually adjust the width based on how much volume is coming into that into another bus. Or I wish there was a way to sidechain that in particular, because that would be so fucking cool if you could like just have the vocals spread only when there's other vocals coming in, and then they come right back to the center. That would be fucking sick. Sidechain the room. Yeah, well, it's essentially it's accomplishing the same thing. It's just that I would have preferred to like really have like something like spreading it and then coming back when there's no vocals. But either way, if you're hoping a rapper, a rappist, if you will, it'll be less obtrusive for sure, and it won't really have the same problem as if someone's singing, because those vocals, you're playing you're playing that G minor and that D. That D will definitely be in the vocal range of the singer. It may be an octave lower, but either way. Just something to think about. Again, it doesn't really have any problems yet, but just something to be aware of. Those lovely chimes that are, I think they're recurring a little bit, not sporadically, but they seem to be changing their stereo image. Let me see. They certainly are. Like, it's starting wide, then it's going center, then it's going left, then it's going back to the center. Really nice job on that stereo imaging. And I think that the only comment that I have for those little chimes, apart from the fact that I love them, is they might be a tad loud. Again, hard to tell without the artist in the mix, but they do occupy a very particular frequency. And I don't necessarily know that they need to be super loud, because it doesn't sound like anything else is dominating that frequencies. So yeah, just maybe bringing them back a TB or two. Yeah, I tried to soften the EQ. It's tough. Honestly, again, nothing to really worry about now until you think it's a problem in the mix. If it's taking too much attention away from your from the lead vocals, then something might have to be done. But I love that you like vary where it is in the stereo image. It was really well done, honestly. I do like that. I am hoping for you though that it's gonna be a rapper, because you do have a very densely occupied mix, something that I think is sort of your thing. Uh, for some reason, I don't necessarily hear a singer. I do hear a singer over this, but in sections such as these, I hear that might be a conflict with all of the elements that you got going on there. But if there was a rapper and there was a way to bring down all of those elements a little bit, I think that would match quite nicely. Yeah, I don't necessarily have much to say about this track, dude. Your drums are not like. I might drop the rapper off somewhat, like more sporadic lyrics at least. Okay, yeah, if that was like sort of a post-chorus or a post-verse kind of thing where there was like less going on, or that could very well be the chorus itself, and like he or she is just throwing. I hear a male voice in this for some reason, but whatever works, you know. But yeah, if you're just throwing in the sporadic lyrics as like a chorus thing, very, very good choice, I think, at that point, vocally speaking. Yeah, I mean, I like, it's funny because your drums are not like particularly punchy necessarily. They're actually kind of soft in this one, but they're big. They're big. I like them. I like that they have the juice. It's a recurring theme that I'm hearing though, Twitch, is like I'm hearing that everything is slamming up until this 0 point in your mix, and everything is coming into that point and just stopping dead there. Like your brick wall is stopping it almost as if it was stopping it a few dB short. And I keep rehearing this problem in a lot of your different mixes, and that your mastering does seem to almost. Why don't you try maybe removing some mastering? Like actually taking off the mastering effects and seeing if you're having the same punch, because honestly, sometimes we overmaster a little bit. Like sometimes we just over compress or we overdo it, and sometimes we need to ease off on the thresholds, like bringing up your. I don't know if you have multiple compressors on the master. I usually do. There could be some normalized features on your exports. That is also sometimes a problem. It's often the case that normalize will bring up the volume of everything except your transients, and therefore your transients actually lose their fucking juice. If you're mixing really loud drums, then that works. But if you're not, it's you might be losing a couple of dB here. I think, to be honest though, it sounds like it's just the threshold. It happens to me often on my drum bus in particular, where if I'm compressing the drum bus too hard, I don't notice it until I'm in the master and I'm like, why aren't these drums coming through? And then while it's already like the master chain is already in sequence, I ease off on the threshold of the threshold of my drum bus compressor, and like all of a sudden the mix lights up with energy. So be aware, maybe your drum, I don't know if you're using a drum bus or just individual drum elements, but there may be some threshold adjustments to make on those, on your master bus. I just hear the same thing happening in a lot of your different mixes that you've been submitting, and it's like almost a characteristic over compression. And it's like it makes me think of you a little bit. Which is adorable. I think it's really cute, but it's not essentially the best thing you can do for your mix. Just because if you want your transients to be there and they're not, that's a problem. It's like if you don't want them, then that's fine. But I don't know. I kind of want a little more of the initial. So I don't know if your master compressor has an attack. Maybe easing off on the attack. Maybe straight up just. Maybe that will just be a quick fix. Again, if you have multiple compressors on your master, consider like just giving a little more headroom on the first one and then like slamming into your limiter a little bit harder. But even then, yeah, it sounds like I'm always losing transients from your mixes, dude. Not my favorite, personally. Again, it's a sound. If you're going for it, you're going for it. But considering that my loudest point on my meters here. It's -2. That's not so bad, honestly. It just doesn't sound like -2. My volume's always at like 50% on my audio card, and I usually get louder mixes. And I don't know. I don't know. It's something. Yeah, for sure. If you think you can fix it, That's great because I think that it might need a little tiny little bit of tweaking. Just go back to the intro for a second. Okay, nice. So you did ease off of your high cuts, your low passes, whatever you prefer to call them. You did ease off of your high cuts on this outro, which is good. It creates this sonic feel that's a little more fresh. I would honestly say that even to adjust to add an element of novelty. Remember those chimes I was talking about that I thought may be too loud? Throwing them in this section maybe as an element, because you do have some novel, you don't have novel elements, you have like a novel sound to the same elements that you had in your intro. Maybe even adding that gentle little chime mixed way back, honestly, I would say, might freshen it up a little bit, that outro. And you could even strip it away at the second half, like when it hits that point, you could start stripping those layers away one by one, or even just that one in and of itself, just calling back to the intro so that it feels like a circle. But yeah, honestly, maybe just a new element here, and there's not much to it. You've composed this quite well, dude. And again, it's hard to give full feedback without hearing it in context with the main artist, but I think you did a great job here, Twitchy. Honestly, I'm gonna play this on out, but. Nice die out on that reverb. I love that. Yeah, dude. Loudness is fucking weird, dude. It does seem simple, but there's a lot that goes into measuring it. Yeah, and there's like multiple stages of it. You have to start on your master track by measuring how loud it is. Then you have to start before your master limiter to see how loud it is, and then after you have to measure it. It's like there's so much metering to be done just for the master overall loudness. It's fucking annoying. It's fucking annoying. But I think compositionally, it's wonderfully done. A little bit different from what you usually do. But one thing that I will notice here, Twitchy, is your tempo does seem to be, if not identical, within 5 BPM of every piece. It's pretty much the same. Maybe try speeding it up or slowing it down. Again, I know dubstep artists always do in 140, and I get that, but like maybe try doing a piece that's a little bit faster or a little bit slower. And again, this is just a suggestion. It's not, you don't have to like adjust your mix because of it, but like maybe trying a project, you do like 110 to 130, and then you halftime it for sure. And that's generally the rule by which I hear you operating. What I'd say is maybe try something different. Again, it's like I challenged you to try a different arrangement. You've started doing that, even though there are similarities to your other arrangements. I would still say the intro, verse, chorus, outro formula you seem to be sticking to in a similar way. So it's somewhat different arrangement than your others, but not really that much. And your tempo seems to be always halftime 110 to 130, as you say, like average of 120. I'd say maybe try changing up the way you write music. Maybe listen to some music and get influenced by other people. Oh no, Twitchy, I'm challenging you to do something that you don't usually do. Oh no. Yeah, good shit, Twitchy. It's a lovely beat and an artist would light that shit on fire. Yeah, I would agree with you on that. I think an artist on this track would be good. It would complete the song. Listen to music, that's weird. I know, right? It's crazy. You're a music producer and you don't influence yourself from other artists. It's absolutely, it would be absurd to do so. No, but seriously, dude, I do recommend, try 95, but like try not half timing it. Try doing like straight up. Like try that shit. Try doing swing. Try doing triplets. You had like a quintuplet shuffle at some point. Yeah, you had the quintuplet swing feel in one of your synths at some point, and I did like that a lot because it changed up the vibe quite a number, and I enjoyed that. Maybe try going something like 95, right? Ah. I don't know, you know? I'm not saying you have to change your vibe up at all, but like perhaps it would be in your best interests to practice multiple things and not just one thing over and over. It might you might still go back to what you do best between 110 and 130 half times, but you might have learned a few new tricks that you want to bring into it. And that's really the danger of not doing anything different. It's not that we don't get good at what we are good at. It's that it becomes almost stagnant in its approach, and doing different things just leads us to discover different tricks, even if we do want to release only that sound of music, that like slow jam sort of vibe. So yeah, I mean, again, I have no complaints about what you're posting and stuff like that. I don't really have any complaints. I would just say that, what else you got? Maybe something new, you know, maybe something that's a little fresh. So that'd be my next challenge to you, man, is like not only try taking that arrangement change up a little bit, and taking that and running with something that is a different tempo that you're used to producing at. But either way, man, a great track you submitted, and I'm happy to have listened to it and to have given whatever feedback that I could on this one. It was pretty limited, but it was a good track, dude. So thanks for trusting us with it as always, man. It's always a pleasure to be listening to your music and to be able to give our opinion on it. So I appreciate that as always, dude. I thank you very much. I'll definitely think about a next track, dude. No rush. You know what I mean? I mean, you got a couple of days before our next stream either way. I mean, the earliest I'll be able to stream is this Saturday. So you got a couple of days either way. That said, we're going to move on next. Eclipse Stars Link. Love that name. Love that username. Because I like stars. I just spat right on my desk. What's up, Eclipse Stars Link? Yeah, we like space in this house. So like your username. Thank you for sharing your SoundCloud link. I got it right here. I'm pulling it up. Ooh, it's taking some time today. Ooh, it's kind of slow, my computer. That's fucked. It's funk, though. That's okay. I like funk. I like funky stuff. I don't, there's no genre limits here. There's certainly, I have my expertise. I have my specialty in like rock and band stuff. And I have some electronic experience as well with like dubstep and like hard electro. But there are no genre restrictions in this. It's like if we can track that it's a good song, we can track that it's a good song. And if we think that there are things that need to be improved, then that's what we think. But there are no restrictions in this stream with regards to genres of music. We are musical people. And Big D likes funk, so there you go. You make Big D happy, you make me happy. That's all that matters to me, is that Big D's happy. Not just him, but that he is happy makes me happy. All right, so it's working. Whoop, Thomas! Ah! I'm sorry I missed your first stream yesterday, man. It was my first day at work. It was my first day, like, at my new job. I'm sorry that I missed. Emma tuned in for the entire time, apparently, and said that you did a marvelous job carving pumpkins. So I'm really sorry, man. It's a busy as fuck week this week for me, so I'm sorry that I wasn't able to tune in. I'm really gonna try to swing by one of these days. But thank you for stopping by here, as you are always welcome, of course. Thomas Casson, ladies and gentlemen, in Casson's Corner. just starting his stream, so give some love for him in his stream as well. That's okay. Oh gosh, thank you, Emma. Some tech issues at the start, but we got there. As long as you get there, dude. That's all that matters. All right. I'm going to jump to it. So we got the artist known as Eclipsey. That's nice. Eclipse Starlink, Eclipsey. Very, very, very nice. Okay. So we got some funk track from Eclipsey. We're not going to hesitate any longer. We're going to just jump right into it. So there is Emma's replay. Not was great. I'm assuming she was saying no was great. Can't wait to see the retro games you'll play. Super down for that. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Eclipsey and the track Mr. Durr version 2. Okay. I have my comments about this track, but I get what you're going for here. A little, like, before I ask anything, before I say anything here, Eclipse, is this intended to have lyrics on it, similar to the one we just listened to with Twitchy Gamer? Is this supposed to be something that's going to have a rapper or a singer or some kind of vocalist doing something vocally on this track? Still a work in progress. Been on it for 2 hours so far, playing around with arrangements and stuff. Okay. Sounds. It does sound a little premature, underdeveloped, as it were. But I'm curious. Yeah, is this not really no rappers? Okay. Okay. Then I have a couple more comments. Okay, so here we go. Okay. Okay. So I don't mind the slow down sound. The texture of it is nice before a drop. It's that's fine. I hear that you're speeding up the tempo as we go across this section here. it's not my favorite because it doesn't really create any interest except for the track is speeding up and you've already like revealed some elements of your chord progression, not your melody yet. But I don't hate the speed up time-wise. I just think that there could be better intro choices. It still, either way, sounds very bare, and there should probably be something that happens around here, like some glitching or something that adds some element of interest, some element of novelty here. Because by the time your woo, woo, comes in, we're like 10 seconds in, and most viewers don't have that patience. So, or most listeners rather. The other comment I'll say is, so yeah, add some element of interest here for sure. The other comment I'll say is this. So I'm going to count the beats. Once it does hit, it's like or almost reached tempo. I'm going to count the beats on the hi-hat. You tell me how many you count before the beat drops once you're on your last 1, 2, 3, 4. So I don't know about you. I counted 5 or 6. There's like 1 or 2 beats too many there, and that's because of your slowdown. It's slowing. I don't know if you're using your entire tempo project and project tempo and slowing that down to create that effect for what's happening, but we're losing a beat or 2 of time here, and we're losing that momentum. This is like when it's going ba da ba bow bow. It should be on that. It should be still slowing down, but on your tempo grid. Whereas what's happening here is you're slowing it down and you're losing a beat or 2 before it actually drops. No bueno, my friend. So you're going to want to definitely remove that tempo decrease, and you're going to want to do more of a pitch automation rather than the project's BPM. That'll save your tempo basically at that point. Yeah, I created an automation clip with the project BPM. I mean, naturally, that's definitely what's happening here. So I mean, yeah, don't be do this. Don't be do this. You take all the project, the juice away from your project. So yeah, I would say definitely automate pitch, not tempo. For that, I get the automating the pitch, the speeding up here, but it's a little long for my taste. If you do add an element of interest, it might save it. But that tempo automation, no. We've said it. It's been said. Let's move on. Honestly, that scream might be a good idea as your like element of novelty here, but like low pass. You know what? Like you cut the highs off of it and you cut the lows. So you have band pass technically. That for me would probably be a nice element with some echo on it, like you know, like something like that. It's an idea, but it's a good sample. Also, Big D, I didn't miss your comments. I like it, but I don't seem to hear any bass. Maybe it's my headphones. So there is certainly bass frequencies in your 808s, bass frequencies in the kick. There are bass frequencies. There are no, however, low mid frequencies. I don't know if you chose that, if your track is supposed to be barren, but there should be frequencies filled there. So like a bass, like a bass synth, not necessarily just bass frequencies, but like a bass synth creating a low mid pattern, maybe emphasizing the chord progression that you already have here. You're definitely going to need that for your track here, because that's missing throughout the entire track, and that's a problem. That is unfortunately a problem. The other thing I will get to, but we're gonna get there. Okay, should I add a bass synth in the same pattern of the 808s? No. Well, first of all, saturate the 808s. That's for sure, because that will fill some of those low mids a little bit. I'd say be careful saturating them though, especially, well, Big D, it's a good comment, but it's not that I would disagree, but I would say honestly, no. I would say you're probably your best bet is to create a synth that goes, what is this key? That sounds like D. It's C. It's close. Let's see here. Let's see. I would say most likely your best bet is to create. Hold on, let's pull up the key cam here. Your best bet would probably to be creating something like which is your main chord progression, essentially. There's nothing really different about that. At least for this section, creating one like that and sidechaining it to your 808s and to your kicks will probably be your best bet in that case, just because we are missing that frequency anyways. And there's no real need to create a different melody yet, but I think that there will be later on in this track because it does get a little bit loopy-doopy. And losing interest is something that tends to happen when we do the same thing over and over. So let's listen here. Let me just hear it with like a bass line. I don't even know if I like it there. I would maybe change it here, actually. So you keep it as is here, and you just saturate those 808s like Big D suggested. And then you start with that chord progression around here, around the second, or rather the third repeat. At the beginning of the third repeat, you put... what keys are those? I mean, they're the ones that you wrote. So there's C... G sharp, F, G, and then a dance back between the D sharp and the G. So those keys, it's basically just the same progression that you wrote. But yeah, I'd say either way, you're going to want to start by saturating your 808s here and keeping them saturated throughout, and then throwing in a bass line for that particular riff that you wrote. In those keys is a good way of doing it. But yeah, those keys, it's like I said, it's C, G sharp, F, G, and then back and forth between the D sharp and the G. Let's just write it down. C, then it's G sharp, then it's F, then it's G, and then to like that like little dance between D sharp and then D sharp, then back to the G. Yeah, that would be what I'd say. I think. Yep, that's right. So that's that for that particular section. Let's move on at this point. Just hear something. I love those effects. It's really cool. The glitchy effects is certainly welcome at this point because we're craving something new. Especially if you're going to be putting a low bass synth here, because you had a little more high-end energy here. You're removing that high-end energy, but you're not substituting it with anything energetically speaking. So, especially if you're going to throw that bass line, which we don't need the key cam anymore. Especially if you're going to use that bass line with those cuts, it'll create certainly an element that will juice up your track a little bit more. I will be back. Got to hop into a meeting. By all means, Big D. You come back whenever you need to. So yeah, let's just go through this section. I don't think there's much. This section's super sterile, dude. You're stripping energy away and away and away from your track. You realize that that's happening, right? I understand that you're trying to make it more bare bones before the next section. We're losing momentum. So again, trying to picture it with a bass line here, but even then you're removing elements and not substituting them with anything new. You're betraying your own hard work in that sense, because we're not especially if you're not going to have a rapper or lyrics or anything like singer or anything else lead on it, where is your lead element? Is it just that woo, woo, is that the only lead element? And if it is, why is that the only thing that's happening in this section? And why is it repeating the same riff? Why isn't it varying up a little bit? So yeah, you're just taking energy away from your own track here, my dude. And I think you're going to need to throw on something novel. If not this point, then definitely in the next section. Which, let's hear what you go. And now we don't even have a lead element anymore. We just have that comping those chords. So you've effectively removed all life from your track as of this point here. And I gotta say, at that point, I'd be skip next track. You're gonna need a new chord progression. I think is the easiest way to accomplish something new without necessarily taking away anything you've already built at this point. If you are to strip away elements but maintain the energy, great, because you got to find a way to do that. I think a low mid bass will be the easiest way. But at this point, I think a new chord progression is due. We've been hearing it since the literal intro of the song. So maybe what is that other element that I heard in there? So you're going the what is it? That would be the focus of my attention at this point. You've done something melodic. Now it's time to get a little more riffy, I think, is that point. So I think that at this point here, I think it's time to get a little more glitchy with it, and you focus on the melody that you had, the other melody, not really a melody, it's more of a riff, but you focus on the other riff that you had going on here, but you make it the center of attention in this section. So a new synth, that synth for sure that comes back, but a new synth that reinforces it, including some low mids. We're going to need all of the low mid energy in this section. This is pretty much going to be the peak of the song thus far as we're listening to it. So maybe putting the focus on that. You know what I mean? That would be my move, personally, if I was producing this track. I would throw something in there around the bass line that is that riff, and now taking attention away from that. You could bring back this melody, don't get me wrong, which you do anyways. So I think it's time for a little bit of a deviation at this point. I don't even know if that'll be enough, and that's the scary part, is like, yeah, okay, you add that in, great. It's something new or something familiar, but like placed in a new section of the song that feels fresh. But I think you might still need some arps or something in the background. Something like I don't know. I'm no keyboardist, but I think that having something like that, like even in your high notes, so that you can fill up even more frequency registers. Again, I said I'm no keyboardist. I'm more of a guitarist, but something like that will definitely render your track a little more interesting. So once you cut into this new section, focusing on that, and then after a couple of repeats of that, maybe max 4 bars of that, you're now throwing in another element of something arpy or something melodic that is different, completely different. I want something that you have not done before in that section in the second half of this drop. So I think that that's important for your track at this point. Yeah, I'm fed up of this riff, so I don't even want to play it, honestly. I think it's like I've heard it more than enough. By Joe Farwick. Hey man, how are you? Last time my sub stream was over, haha, but here I am. Yes, my dude, you did sub and you are here, so welcome, my dude. And yeah, absolutely, by all means, join the queue. We don't have that many people in the queue, so you're right on time, my man. So very, very happy that you're back. Good to see you. And good to hear that you came back. So that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I'm really happy about that. All right. Let's continue. Again, I'm going to sort of skip through this section because you've already done it. So I've heard it. I don't really have many comments on it. I don't think it should belong here. I don't think it belongs here. So here, no drums. No drums. Take away your drums. There needs to be a duck in energy. Oh, you do. Oh, you do. My mistake. My mistake. So you do that. I'm wondering if the duck in volume is almost too much between these two parts. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. You're going from minus 5 dB or like minus 3 even on your peaks. And your highest point is minus 20. This thing is far too soft, this section. So yeah, it's good that you remove the drum energy, but you don't need to drop the volume that much. That might also be a result of you band passing your synths and your drums. You might just be losing frequencies there, and you're dropping the volume. You're gonna want to juice that by about 10 dB at the least. I think it's very, very dramatic, the difference between one section and the other. So we don't want to, again, it's unfortunate, man. We seem to be stripping the energy away the more we advance in the track. It's one of those reverse builds. I would be curious to see how it sounds if you were to take the track and just reverse the whole thing. You might actually be gaining energy. That's a problem, though. That's like, you should be building the arrangements, not removing everything altogether. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy a portion of the song that has stripped elements out so that you can build it back. And I do hear your filters unfolding, like opening up the track out thereafter. But too much, man. I think you've taken too much away. You didn't have much to begin with, and now you're taking everything that you do have away. Yeah. I think that we need more volume here at the very least. Okay, your high-end energy is back, but your low-mid energy is still missing here. So I'd say at this point would be a good introduction for what I said about the low bass synth that's going on over here. Might be a good idea to reintroduce that without any sub-frequencies yet, because again, I know you're trying to get there, but it's time to, it's high time to bring those back. Yeah, your transitions are a little too smooth, I think, is what it is. And that's not to say that there are there's something that I did want to say between this section and this section here. There's no sweeps, there's no risers, there's no effects of any kind to delineate this drop from this drop. And that is not a problem, but it's something that you're going to want to consider doing, because I don't know what distinguishes these two sections, especially since their synths are so similar. Or rather identical. If you do change up your synths, that's going to be already a little bit better. Your melodies, rather, not your synths. But if you do change up your melodies, it'll be a little bit better. But I still think you could use a riser or some kind of sweeping effect here that transitions between these two drops. I think you still need something. And I think that arguably this here, just the uncovering the frequencies using a high pass or a low pass, is kind of just lazy, and I think that you could do a lot better. I think you could start adding your samples. I think you could do stuff like risers. Very, 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 very easy fix for that kind of stuff. Even some fucking impacts. Some impacts that like delineate. Again, delineation is underrated in music making. We don't notice it happen, but we just know that the next section is coming because we feel it coming. In this case, I don't know when it's going to kick. Like, I'm going to count the number of bars from the quiet section until the drop, and I'll see if it makes mathematical sense. the scream isn't enough of a transition. It is 8 bars, but I kind of lose track because it's like not really a fan of the way that it sort of, the filters sort of uncover themselves. I just think that that's very basic and been done before and nothing really novel there. I'm all for using tricks that are simple and efficient, and filtering is a very simple but efficient trick, but usually it goes hand in hand with the actual composition and the actual arrangement, and I think that still there would be something missing from this section. Maybe it's your arpeggios that I suggested for this section. Maybe it's some sparkly of some sparkles of some kind. Maybe your synth here. Maybe that could come in after 8 bars and not 4. Maybe that'll help feel a little more, create a little more even feel. Because it's coming in after 2, and it's like, oh, okay, you must be building a lot of elements in order to make it come in after 2, but then there's nothing new except for the filter. I'm like, no, that is not, I do not like this. Again, the scream, if you're going to use that as a sample, as your transition, mute the rest of the elements. Like I'm hearing the other elements, especially your hi-hats and your synth. Bring those down to 0, or rather bring those down to minus infinity, so you don't hear those elements anymore. The scream will have much more of an impact, but you're still going to want to build into that tension-wise. So it might be like a don, 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 don. It might be that, but I don't think that that's the thing for your track. I think, honestly, a very simple riser would do just the trick to lead into your scream. Even if you were to, you have a lot of reverb on that scream. What if you were to export the scream with its reverb tail and then reverse that sample so that the reverb tail itself actually like carries a sort of rising effect into the screaming sample, and then your screaming sample comes in. It's like you're almost suggesting that it's coming before it actually does. That could be a layer that you add into one of the risers that you use for this section, but it's a little bare bones. See what I'm about to say here? The sections are the same, except with a little bit more high end in this. This is your crescendo of your song, dude. You got to be throwing everything at the kitchen sink at this section, and unfortunately, we're just falling short. So yeah, I think you're going to need a little bit more arrangement. Rap sample is cool. Why isn't it louder at any point? Why isn't it in your rise? Why isn't it in your drop here? Or your rise here? Like that thing could be a very nice addition to this as one of the main elements. It could very well be in your build, but it's not. So I think in general, dude, I think this track needs a lot of work. I'm not going to lie. Like you have a lot of good like Lego pieces, but you are far from having a house built. This is more like a couple of Lego pieces that you've stacked one on top of the other and you've made one wall. That's good. A wall is part of a house. But you have the other 4 walls, you have the floors, you have the ceiling, you have the roof, you have the fucking furniture and carpets to add. Like everything that is like everything other than one melody and one sequence is missing from this track. So I think you're going to need to do a little bit more songwriting at that point. I always say it's better to add a mountain first and then start carving. Right. Music making is made a lot easier if you think of it as a sculpture and as not as a painting. In that you are taking a block of solid marble and you are turning it into the statue of David. So it's better to have it and not need it than to need it and not have it. It's a theory that I apply to a lot of things in life. Money is definitely one of those things. But in general, you're better off overdeveloping a section and then building into that overdeveloped section and then sculpting that very, very intricate section rather than having one somewhat developed part that you repeat over and over. So I don't know if this helps you at all, Eclipse. But I think that, yeah, we're going to need, you're probably going to need to get a couple more bricks of marble. And you're going to probably want to chiseling away elements from that big ass piece of marble and start building the song a little bit more logically and a little bit more dramatically, because there's not really anything interesting about this song. And like, again, it's going to take more than a chord progression and a synth for me to go like, this is a great song. It's going to take a lot more than a beat that stutters in the first or second drop for me to go like, wow, the variation in the song is great. Again, you started working on it a couple of hours ago, so like, even in a couple of hours, not bad. You know what I mean? But this is far from something that I would submit for feedback personally. I don't know if you get my drift here. You're going to want to probably work on some shit because I'm not going to compose it for you. So, if you're at a roadblock, of course, and if you're like thinking like, what else can I add to this track? I can't fucking think about it. Of course, yeah, I'm willing to like throw suggestions your way. But like, have you tried taking a break from the song? Have you tried like doing a little bit of like listening to other songs and getting inspiration from there and throwing in some ideas? Have you tried riffing, meaning like you just play the beat over and then you have like either a keyboard or a guitar or something musical in front of you that you could improvise? Have you tried like improving over your beat? Have you tried any of these things? And if you haven't, why am I the one to suggest to you things? You know what I mean? So you're definitely going to want to advance this track a little bit more. That said, either way, I'm entirely grateful to you for having submitted this track, because we can get a good example of like what it is to get a first draft on paper. That's what this sounds like. It sounds like a first draft of one riff, of one drop. And thus, I will say to you, thank you for submitting. Thank you for trusting us with it and letting us decorticate it and understand it a little bit better. So, I mean, yeah, either way, Eclipse, I appreciate you submitting it, and I appreciate you letting us listen to it online. Thank you very much for that. Guess who didn't show up to the meeting? The client. Oh, well, shit. Don't you love clients? Aren't clients just the best people on earth? Isn't that great? Drift funk pun. I don't get it. Maybe I don't know funk well enough, but is drift a thing that occurs in a funk song? Unclear, unsure. Explain it to me, Big D, because you're often one to explain things to me. But that said, either way, Eclipse, thank you for taking the time and joining us today. I don't know if you're still with us at this point. You might have dipped after I said the third time, like, that's enough. But yeah, there's a genre called drift funk. Aha! So it is. So it emerges. So the truth emerges. Either way, yes, thanks to Eclipse, and we're going to move on to the next one, which will be Magic Ninja Beats. You still with us, Magic Ninja Beats? I'm curious. Built around punchy drums and the 808 cowbell sound. Oh, I can imagine. I can imagine that now. Yeah. All right, Magic Ninja Beats is here. Submitted his beat. We are calling it up on the computer. The computer. I paid my $50 to license this one. Also, there's no feeling better than not having to be in a meeting. Isn't it great? So you paid your $50 to license this one. That's cool. Is that because it's a cover of some kind? Also, D20? D20 inspiration? D20 inspiration? Am I seeing some nerddom? Is that what I'm detecting? Am I detecting some nerd in thee? Just to show you guys what I'm talking about here. That looks very similar. It looks like a weird design on an icosahedron, but know what I mean? Let's see what we get. 14. Okay. That's not bad. I'll accept a 14. 14's a good roll usually, especially with all the bonuses that I have to my shit. I usually get some good rolls from 14. So you need to get it good. Already invested. Okay. So you bought the beat. I'm curious as to what you invested in here. This is maybe what I'm not understanding. Like, what? It's not a dodecahedron. A dodecahedron would be a D12. This is more of an icosahedron, which is more of a D20. But it is an odd shape, though. Like, we have the suggestion of the icosahedron here, but then this shit gets all fucked up over here. He bought the license to distribute the beat. Okay, so it is a cover. I gotcha. Okay, so it's got to be good because you're going to be actually using it because you invested. I get it. It's all clicking in my head. Sorry, guys, I'm a little tired today, I think. I'm maybe a little slow. Yes, but it is a icosahedron fucked up a little bit. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, no, I didn't say add to the next up. Ladies and gentlemen, with the Magic Ninja artist producing this beat known as dodeca actually means, deca does mean 10, but 2, exactly, it's like 2 and 12. It's not 2 times 12. So it's like do, deca, so 2 plus 12, literally. It's saying unknown command, pseudo 0. Oh, pseudo 0, what's going on, my dude? You just got to command join, man. It's not a, there you go. See? Easy as that. Well done, lad. All right. So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Magic Ninja and the licensed beat, Down Under.
Traveling in a fried out combi on a hippie trailhead full of zombies. I met a strange lady, she made me nervous. She dipped me in and gave me breakfast. And she said, do you come from a land down under, where women flow and men plunder? Can't you hear the thunder? Better run, you better take cover.
And the fade out. Okay. I got a lot to say here, dude. I've got a lot to say. My first question here, Ninja. Do you play any instruments? Like, I'm not saying on this track. I'm saying in general. Do you play guitar? Do you play bass? Do you play drums? Do you play any instruments at all? That isn't like keyboard, for instance. I'm curious. I play guitar. You're going to want to play the guitar. You're going to want to not do the MIDI guitar. As a matter of fact, I'm not really impressed with the MIDI performance of anything. So I'm going to go with overall. I have a lot to say about this, and it's going to be like, it's going to sound kind of mean, but this song sounds like the MIDI version. Like, it sounds like when I download a MIDI file and I drag and drop it into Logic for the first time, it sounds like this is what Logic spits out just on the generic MIDI notes that I drop into it. I will say your vocal performance, the singing performance, I don't know if that's your vocals or someone else's, but whomever it may be, is well performed. So the singing is on pitch. I don't really have a problem with that. The harmonies are like locking in relatively well. And in general, I don't really have a problem with the vocal performance. That said, the vocal recording, we got a problem. The vocal mixing, we got a problem. The overall mixing, we got a big problem. My first thing is, did you know that music is mixed in stereo? Like, I'm asking facetiously here, because everything's in the middle except for some reverb. And like, did you know you could spread things to the left and right? Because that is something that nothing seems to be exhibiting in this section, in this song rather. So my first comment is stereo. Period. Let's go through the track. That was something else. Yeah, dude, if you play guitar, play guitar. Don't put MIDI guitars. It's like one of the hardest things to make sound good is MIDI guitars. Even MIDI bass is easier to make it to get it to sound good in a track. I've done MIDI bass in dozens of tracks and it sounds fine because you're basically not using much of the high end and you could get away with the low end being digital and it sounded actually not only good but like great in a track. But guitars, dude, just plug your guitar into an audio interface and get an amp simulator going. Like, even if it's a stock amp simulator, it'll sound better than this because this is rough, dude. And it's like, it's making me want to like, okay, next. From the first 10 seconds of the song, I'm like, the guitars are so rough. Also, were you decided on a digital or acoustic sounding kit? I can't hear if you've made that decision because the kick sounds digital and the snare sounds like a hybrid between an acoustic and a digital snare. And I can't really tell which direction you're going for in this song. Are you going for a digital cover or are you going for an acoustic cover? Because in that case, choose. It sounds like a hybrid that just can't quite make up its mind in that case. So first the guitars, record the guitars. If you this might sound controversial, but if you're going to play a cover and you can't play any of the instruments, don't play the cover. Do another cover that you can play. Because if you can't play anything and you're only singing, well then get someone else to record the instrumentals for you and then just sing over it. I would have no problem if you said, so I bought this beat from someone else and you recorded only the vocals over it. I would have no problem telling you, well, you're going to want to buy a new instrumental, my dude, because this instrumental is le caca. On a hippie trailhead full of zombies. It's an acoustic sample pack, so it must be something I am doing with the drum bus. Not just the drum bus, dude, the drum instruments, okay? The drum bus is basically just to sum it up so that it all sounds like a complete package. But I have about 7 buses on my drum bus. When you look at my project here that I have, the drum bus is 1. I have a kick bus, a snare bus, a tom bus, a cymbal bus, and then I have all of my effects buses, not including my reverbs. I have all my effects buses that add the juice to my actual track. And you could say that all you need is I don't put anything on the individual drums. Okay, well then you're gonna have MIDI sounding drums. If you want a drums that sounds like this, if you want to have drums that sound like that, you need to do some work on your drums. And I mean, this entire bus is years and years of work culminated to basically everything that I've learned, everything that I can throw at drums, culminated into one digital kit that literally works with anything thing. It's the Travis Barker pack. All I do is randomize the velocities within reason or what I think is reason. Okay, well, you need to do more than that. You need to just... The Travis Barker drum set, I've heard those samples. They sound phenomenal. If I were to take the Travis Barker drum samples and drag and drop them into my project that I just showed you, instead of the stock, first of all, if that's what the Travis Barker drum samples sound like, then why is it that my stock plugin of Logic plugin drums, why does that sound better? That makes no sense to me. So, yeah, if you're going to be using Travis Barker samples, don't do them dirty. Do the work. And the work involves you basically developing the drum kit far more. These drums sound truly like stock MIDI drums. I'm not sure that I prefer these or digital drums. I'm not sure for this cover. So again, I've said what I said about the drums. They need all of the work. They need all of the work. You need to mix your drums. To quote someone who was on the stream the other day, your track is ready for a mixing engineer. And I say this non-sarcastically. This track needs to be mixed. It is not mixed. It is all the elements that are there, and it's not even recorded, really, except for your vocals. And your vocals sound like they're poorly recorded. Well performed. Again, your voice is good. Your performance is on pitch, and the power and the intensity and the intonation of your vocals all sounds fine. But it sounds like you recorded through an SM58 and then didn't do anything except throw some compression and reverb on it. Maybe some high passing. Maybe too much high passing. Maybe that's my opinion. But again, this track needs to be fully mixed. Like, I don't necessarily know that I could say one thing about this track, because everything that I hear, everything that I pick out is like, you could have done something with the kick, could have done something with the snare, your cymbals are too loud, they're not compressed enough, they are not returning, they're just smashing into this compressor and staying loud. There's no dynamic to this track, and that is because it is not mixed.
I met a strange lady, she made me nervous. She dipped me in and gave me breakfast.
Also, your vocal doubles, I don't know if it's, I'm thinking it's your vocal doubles, but there could be an instrument in there that's clashing with your main vocals. I can't pick out if it's a second vocal track or if it's another instrument on it.
She dipped me in and gave me breakfast. And
I think that is a second vocal track. You might have doubled your vocals here. I'm trying to think of what's the word to say for this.
I met a strange lady, she made me nervous.
Okay, I see what's happening. Your second vocal, your doubled vocal, is not singing the same line as your lead vocal. They should be identical. You should be hearing chorusing how close your vocals should be. So if you're going to record a second take, a double take, make it identical to your lead take, because otherwise you're just losing energy from your main vocals. So your main vocal performance is great. Your second, your double, is certainly not so great. Oh shit, Desmouse is live. Cool, another Canadian. Great, super. Yes, there's two vocal tracks during the verse. They are doubled in the chorus. It splits to harmony. Okay, so when it's not split to harmony, when it is in the verses, you're going to want those vocal performances to be identical. It's basically, if you... Here's a good reference. If you can mute one vocal and put in the other, you should probably not be able to tell that much of a difference between which recording is which is your double and which is your main. The performance should be the same. You said here, it's a fact, SM58, all of that you said, which is why I come here. Well, I'm glad that you're able to come here, and I'm glad that you're still able to get the feedback. I don't mean to discourage you here. There is a lot of work to be done, and I think that to a certain extent you're going to want to probably work a little bit more on your mixing skills. So
she dipped me in and gave me breakfast, and she said, "Do you come from a land down under?"
So I'll give you another tip here with drums. No need to learn. No, I need to learn from someone who has the ear. I think you're in the right place then. So here's a little tip about cymbals. Cymbals, you think that they have to go, but when you're playing everything else in your mix, you need to bring them back. So the cymbals actually need to go, like if you look at them in terms of like a wave, the cymbals go from 0, they go, they need to build back. They need to have motion, because in your track, what that will translate to is, but then when you listen to it on its own, it should be going something like, it should be like dropping right away. So you hit the cymbal, it compresses, and then you have another track that brings your cymbal back up. So it like a sidechain compressor triggered on itself, the cymbals themselves. So that is a big comment. And if you're not going to be able to get that done, then that's okay. Drop your cymbals back in the mix, because at least they won't be aggressive. This was 2 years ago? Oh, shit. Do you have like a more recent version of this? Or is this just the last you were able to work on this particular beat? Because this, probably a while. I've not touched it in forever. Okay. Well, yeah, okay.
Where women flow and men plunder. Can't you hear the thunder?
Oh man, I don't know where to start here, dude. I'll be as kind as I can and as quick and concise as I can, because I think what you're gonna need is you're gonna need to learn the fundamentals of mixing here, man. There's a lot. Okay. Let's start with the basics. Your drum. I'm going to start with panning. I write and record, and then someday I hope to finalize at least 10 tracks. Okay. So I'm going to use this scale, the y-axis, as volume. And I'm going to use the x-axis as stereo. So like where things should be placed. Left and right. So I don't know if you can tell, it's all backwards, but this is left to right. This is your volume. This is the most simple way. This is the most simple way that you can like visualize. You see through to the other page. This is the most simple way that you can visualize creation of music. Let me try and get a marker here that's not a dry erase. I think I have one over chair. Sure, green. It's all good if not, but Mike is right. There are some good lessons you could learn from this. The best advice is make more music. Yeah, absolutely. There should be like 100 projects in your thing that are not finished. I know that sounds terrible. It's better to finish a project than not. But if you're going to be between not finishing 10 projects and not finishing 100, please don't finish 100. By all means, start 100 of them, but like don't finish like all but 5. That's okay. My band, when my band was still a thing, my band and I wrote 20 songs together. Well, I wrote a bunch of them and then the band fucked them up a lot. But we wrote a bunch of music together. We only released 4 officially. 5 if you count the one that I pre-released before we were actually a band. But there's still a lot of music that we worked on together to like hash out our skills. It's all good if not, but Mike is right. There are some good lessons you could learn from this. My mixing is superb because I make a metric fuck ton of music. Yeah, what I'm hoping for here, Magic Ninja, is if you removed all of the projects from your hard drive, should be physically lighter. Like there should be physical difference between the weight of your hard disk before and after you delete all of your music from it. That's how much music you need to get done in order to be in any way, shape, or form good at mixing. I have 2 covers I recorded. One or the other will be in the 10. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, just make a shit ton of different types of music so I can get an ear from it. I mean, yeah. Different types of music is where I did it. So like, honestly, yeah. Get lessons is not bad advice. I would say it's where you're gonna probably want to start. Have you guys done any live mixing? Yes, so much. That's what really taught me a lot. Spent my first 2 years making a ton of ideas and only finished a few. Only in the last year I've been able to finish a song a week, which is an excellent fucking ratio, by the way. 1 song a week. Fuck. But I have hundreds of songs. Agreed. It's super important. A song a week is sick, bro. Yeah, exactly, Big D. It's fucking great. I'm pressed to get one done a month. Same. Especially when streaming and working. Impossible. Impossible to produce. I'm just working on your music, not on mine. I have at least 40 tracks from writing, and I've recorded and posted maybe 10. Okay. If they sound like this, you might want to take off a few of those posted and rework them. That's normal, dude. I was there once. But yeah, exactly. We all got to start there. We all got to start at some point. We all got to start there. Mostly, I write. Recording, obviously, is not my thing. That's fine. If you're here on this stream, it's your thing. Yeah, exactly. If you're here to learn, then that's cool. All right, let me get some basic things because honestly, dude, sorry about that. I don't know if I can give you lessons to improve this song. I don't know if I can give you streaming or mixing lessons on this stream. But what I can tell you is there are some basic fundamentals that you're going to want to remember. The kick and snare is always going to be most likely your loudest elements. This is backwards. I'm going to just reverse it for now because it's fucking frustrating. Let's see. Flip horizontally. Yay! Okay. So, your kick and your snare in terms of volume and in terms of left and right is going to want to be the loudest things usually. Your hi-hats or your cymbals in general are going to be like cymbal left, cymbals right. That's going to be something like there, all right? So your toms are probably going to be somewhere like tom 1, tom 2, and then floor tom is going to be there, something like that. Actually, I did it in terms of volume, but like honestly, these could be mixed up as much as you need them to be in your mix. So tom 1, tom 1, tom 2, and floor tom, they're going to be mixed like left to right or right to left, depending on if you want the audience to feel like they're looking at the drum kit from the audience's perspective or they're sitting in the drummer's seat. Personally, for studio tracks, I always mix from the drummer's perspective because it makes sense that you would want to be hearing it as if you're like sitting in the drummer's seat. The rest doesn't really need any visual, any visual reference. Oh shit, we now see the true mic. Love the feedback you're giving. I'm trying my best here. So, okay. That's the drum sets. Let's get a different color actually, because I think we need to distinguish a couple of things here. Oh, I got a couple of colors actually. This is gonna be good. Oh shit, I have a lot of colors. Probably some of these are dead markers, so I'm going to probably throw these away live on stream. Let's talk next about the bass. Blue for bass. Bass? Wait. Krayos is saying some shit. Drum, snare, bass are driving your track. Anchor everything to the percussion. Yeah, so essentially, bass is here as well. It might be louder than your kick, but your kick should always... Hold on. Thanks. Your kick should always be able to surpass in terms of transients. Your kick should always be able to surpass your bass in terms of volume just for the transients. But then in theory, in terms of like volume, your bass should be almost louder, if not as loud as your kick. If anything, sitting slightly under it. Actually, I should have probably put this here. Either way, they're going to play on each other a lot. So just keep in mind that your kick and your snare is going to be very important, and your bass is going to be the next and most important thing. Mike, you should offer one-to-ones. I made a ton of revenue that way, and you feel good helping people. Not sure if you have that bandwidth. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, Magic Ninja Beats. I'm going to give you this for free today, but if you're looking for real mixing lessons, we could always arrange something. If you join our Discord, by the way, we could talk about it, but I can always make a personal like lesson with you, a couple of hours, video chatting with you, showing you my project. Thanks, Big D. You're the man. Showing you like my project that I have here and showing you what it sounds like and what I'm doing to it. So that's the kind of thing that I can offer on a one-on-one session. Thank you very much, Creos. That is very true. It's something that I should be considering a little more. But this what I'm doing here is the best way that I can exemplify for now what you want. Just this here, honestly, if you place this volume-wise and stereo-wise, all of the compression, reverb, EQing, all of that will just add to this. But this is your like bread and butter here. So what do we got so far? So we've got our drums in green, we've got our bass in blue. Okay, guitars. So, in general, guitars, I'm gonna make them, what color do I have them here? Bass is blue, guitars is red. Yay, I guessed right. So, your most distorted guitars are gonna sit somewhere around, I'm gonna put distorted guitar left and distorted guitar right. They're sitting around there with the drums. They're louder than your than most of your elements. They're like probably the louder elements if they're guitars, but you're spreading them left and right. That's the biggest thing here. Then you will also have sometimes you're gonna have a lead guitar solo. That's gonna be like that's gonna be like there. It's in the middle. And you want it loud, but you don't want it louder than your drums or your bass. You just want it louder than any of the other elements. So that's your guitar solo is sitting right there, okay? So that's that. Then you will have other guitars as well that'll sit like guitar 1, guitar 2. That's like kind of where you want to put that. Whoa, my camera's having some fucking hard times here. That's where you're going to want to put your like other guitars, like clean guitars, riffing guitars. You're going to want to spread them a little bit, but not so much that they're all the way to the edges and they're dominating your, it's weird to go backwards. And you're not going to want them to step on your other guitars. So you're going to want them slightly lower in volume and slightly more centered, basically, right there and there. That's your clean and like rhythm guitars in general. What else we got? We got keys. Keys are what on my tracks? They're like orange, yellow. Perfect. Keyboards in general, you're also going to want to keep them around this range. Most likely they're going to be sitting behind the drums. So keys, oh boy. I don't even know if you're going to be able to see this, because this is very bright. Oh no, look, it actually stands out better on the camera than in real life. So keys are these yellow blobs that look like just, I scribbled some circles on it. They're gonna sit probably around the same place as your rhythm guitars, if not a little bit wider or a little bit more centered. Again, it depends on the mix. So, but volume-wise, they're going to be sitting slightly below your lead guitars because, again, your lead guitars have transients, so they're going to be coming through a lot more, and your keys are usually either playing rhythms or melodies, like they're playing more sustained notes when you have all of these elements in them, so you're going to want to probably put them slightly behind the guitar so that the transients of the guitars can come through. So that's important. What else do we have? Oh, vocals. Okay, so vocals I have in purple. Here's your purple. So your lead vocals should be as loud, if not louder. Your Vox lead should be as loud or if not louder than your main guitar solo here. So like most of the time it's going to be louder. That's always going to be the case. In your choruses, in your verses, in your bridges, if you have vocals that are, it's like a lead line, someone that's singing, like for instance, you're like specifically like, I come from the land down under. That should be the loudest non-bass or drum element in your mix, hands down. Sometimes you're gonna mix them in a way that you think that's too loud for your mix. It sounds bad. But then when you master it, it's at the right level. That's the same thing for your kick and your snare, by the way. Your kick, your snare, your bass, it's gonna sound like it's almost too loud in your mix. That's good for aggressive mixes because by the time you get to mastering, it's gonna sound in place. So your lead vocals are there. You can tell the different colors when I'm closer a little bit here. Your harmonies and your backing vocals. So backing vocals, like your doubles, I should say, Vox double should be probably as loud as your rhythm guitars and can be either dead center or can be also spread out a little bit. And you can spread them as wide as the track needs. You have a lot of headroom on there. So most of the time, you're going to be spreading them you're going to be either keeping them dead center or you're going to be spreading them completely to the left or right. But there are some times where you're going to be also putting them like 30% or something like that. That's your doubles. That's the secondary reinforcing the lead vocal tracks. Your harmonies, that can vary. So your harmonies, I'll say that they should be probably Vox, and Vox, harm. I rarely like to put my harmonies centered because I like harmonies that are wide and that open up my track. That's the whole point. That's the whole point of harmonies, is to like open up your vocals, to open up the sound of your vocals. If you keep them center, it better be a good strategic decision. But if it's not, it's most of the time going to be left and right. So you're going to probably put it here, but no more in the center. But most of the time, you're going to want to put them wide. So your Vox harmonies, volume-wise, they're sitting somewhere around the keys. And the thing is again, it depends if you're going for like just backing harmonies or if you're going for like muse harmonies, because then in that case, your vocal harmonies can come way up or even sit a little bit farther back into the mix. So I know there's a lot going on here, but your vocal harmonies should be wide and should be either very, very loud or should be sitting in a comfortable place around that keys, just as hovering support. Damn, this is awesome. It's like you're drawing up a football play. It's true. It does feel a lot like I'm drawing a football play, but this, essentially, I'm going to also just put some pink circles around the Vox harmonies so that we know that these are the harmonies and these are the doubles, like these are the secondary vocals. This is what your track, this is what the elements are in your track. This is what your track should look like when it's mixed. It looks like a lot. When you look at it all, you're like, where do I start? Start with the drums. Start by placing, if you're going to screenshot it. But remember when you're doing this is why I did different colors. Ignore all the colors. Ignore all the colors except for one at a time. Maybe once you're done one, then add two, then see how they mix. Then, once you're done, because you're going to start with your drums, you have to start with your drums. It's like kind of standard practice because it's the most important element. Bass is second. Then ignore your vocals. Go with your guitars. Go with your like distorted guitars. Go with your like your rhythm guitars. Go with your guitar solo. So go color by color when you're doing this. I'm going to try and get you a clean shot of this here so you can actually see like everything. I'm gonna actually do something else here. Just going to emphasize the actual scale of this thing. And again, this is just general. Like, I don't know if I got anything right. The harmony Vox may be close. Well, that's okay, dude. We're learning, right? But this is a very, very, very general mixing rule. There can be ways you break these rules, but if you don't start by trying these rules, you'll never know which rules you're going to want to break. These are the general rules of mixing. So if you're going to want to screenshot it, I'm going to try and get you a place where it's all clean and where you can see everything nice and clearly. Yeah, no, I'm going to turn off the Twitch chat for a second. I'm going to turn off everything actually for a second here. So there you go. If you were going to screenshot something in your life here, Ninja, this is what you want to screenshot right here. Because this is a good base. If you do anything, do that. Start there. And then everything else will fall into place. Let me switch back my my webcam now because it's actually kind of weird seeing myself not in reverse. And you can watch the VOD too. Exactly. So it's going to be available for you after we finish this stream today. But this is like mixing 101, especially with bands in the context of bands. Like, you came to the right guy. My specialty is band music in general. So like, this is the way I will mix in general, and you can hear this. You can hear this in so many of my mixes, and the reason that I do this is because it works. It works. And I will fuck with it. I will throw some stuff. And also my covers, exactly. Yes, absolutely. I have a lot of covers. There's so many covers that I've done. I think I have more covers than original songs in my the starting and ending playlist. I think I have more covers than originals. So and still I use this trick. I use this mixing template because it is awesome and it works really well. So that's what I will say, Magic Ninja, is you're gonna want to start with placing your volumes and your stereo. Start there, and then you're gonna want to work on EQing and compressing. Do you produce in the same template as you mix? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Oh, you mean my own tracks? Yeah. Like, if I'm like recording a cover, I'll record in that template and then I'll mix it out in that template, obviously. But like, if a band were to approach me and say like, hey, we got all of our stems, I'm going to use the knowledge that I have from that template, but I'm not going to use that template unless it's perfect for that. Like, if the band would approach me with stems and say like, hey, I have the bunch of templates, I have MIDI drums, I have already my stuff, I might try it, but most of the time, no. Most of the time, if a client were to approach me and say, I want to mix a project, yeah, I'm going to start from scratch. I'm going to start really with the basics, the basic raw tracks, and then I will bust them out, and then I will start by importing all of my presets. Magic Ninja Beats does not. I don't even produce and mix in the same DAW. Sounds like you're splitting focus. It sounds like, yeah, I'm curious as to what DAWs you do use, but it sounds like you're splitting focus. It sounds like you should probably get a DAW that supports your both of them, and then expertise yourself in that particular DAW. Because otherwise, you're splitting your focus between two different DAWs, and you're learning two things instead of one, while still trying to produce and mix. I recommend you find something that is an all-around great program. Studio One is a really good one for all-around mixing and producing. Logic is my favorite. FL Studio for writing, producing. Cubase for recording, mixing. I get why, but you can very well produce in Cubase as well. FL Studio is definitely more loop and production friendly. I totally get that. But you're probably going to want something that you can focus on all together. Like I said, Studio One by PreSonus is a great one. I've heard many good things about it. Ableton apparently does both mixing and producing really well. But Cubase sounds to me like your winner. Yeah, Big D. My man, taking the words out of my mouth. Depending on how much you spent on FL, I would go in on Cubase. Yes, because Cubase is far more versatile for recording and mixing than FL is. And it can also still be quite versatile for production, depending if you use which plugins you use. So I would say, honestly, spend more time producing, recording, mixing, mastering, and working in general on Cubase, and focus on one. It's not to say that knowing more than one isn't useful. It certainly is. But for your own projects, you're going to want to probably focus on one and yeah. Just prefer, I used to produce in Cubase, just prefer the FL UI. I mean, look, here's the thing, dude. There's no rules, right? There's no real rules. So you could very well produce, so there's some electronic beats that you could very well produce in FL that you will never be able to get to the same level as if you were producing in Cubase. So like I said, don't necessarily drop FL, but I'd say if you're going to want to focus on one thing, you're going to probably want to focus on Cubase because recording audio into FL is cumbersome, but it's great for dubstep and electronic music. It is. I've used it for that exact purpose, FL Studio, and I like it, but it's such a pain in the ass to record audio. It is. I stem out vocals from Cubase and import. I get it. It just sounds like a lot of work. Like if I were forced to record in one program, export, and then bring it into another, I would not be a producer. I would just not do it. I would lose interest. It would be too cumbersome. It would be too much work for me to make music. Music should be fun. It should be fun for us to produce. And we should also be able to do it with a certain level of excellence because we want to be professional. But the first and foremost thing is, if you're getting tired of producing because it's so fucking tiresome, you're going to not produce anymore. I thought you were going to say like Audacity and GarageBand or some shit. Oh man. I record audio into Audacity to bring it into GarageBand to mix like a... Oh my God! That's so bad. Don't get me wrong. I used to record into GarageBand and I used to produce dubstep in GarageBand. I'll show you my first ever song that I've ever produced that is digital, not recorded music, and it's hilarious. As a matter of fact, I'll try and find it while we're listening to another track. I'll try and track down that particular piece. But yeah, so Magic Ninja, I think that I don't necessarily know that I can offer you any feedback on this track in particular. I think my feedback to you is begin. Oh, you said something. I've been at it that way for years, so it doesn't feel like a lot, but it probably is more than needed. It is certainly more than needed. I can tell you that confidently. You don't need to produce in one and import into another. You don't need to. You just would need to learn how to use a program to make it sound as if you did. And I'll guarantee you this, Ninja, is if you do manage to master one program fully, and then you go back to trying the other process, it's going to feel like you're putting a backpack back on your shoulders. You're not even going to notice the weight as you take it off. But it's when you try that process again years later. It's like when I go back into GarageBand to do something, I am weighed down by the limited capacity of this one program. And I am like feeling the weight that I am trying to support of this goddamn program. Whereas when I go into Logic, it's just everything opens up for me and I understand it and I'm an expert at it. I've spent more than 20,000 hours, I think, total in Logic. And maybe even 30. I'd have to math it out a little bit, but I think I've spent close to like 25,000 hours probably minimum in Logic. And I'll tell you something, is like when I go back to production methods that I used to do, it's cumbersome. And I don't notice it until I go back. So my advice to you is, with this track, start by placing, in terms of volume and in terms of stereo, start by placing things in the right place. I guarantee you your track will open up and will start singing back to you a little bit. Start there. After that, we can talk about EQ, we can talk about compression, but I think, again, we're going to maybe need something a little more personal to you, a little more personalized, a one-on-one experience that will be like, okay, now with this vocals, compress it more, add another compressor, add another EQ, and then we go step by step. But I think that that's going to take a much more personalized approach. And I think that we could achieve that on a one-on-one session, but I don't think that I have the time for that on stream, unfortunately, because we do have other songs to get to. So for the time being, I say place your track in that sort of setup, volume and width-wise. You added the Discord, that's perfect. What I'm going to do is I am going to add you, there you are. I'm going to add you into our artist role, and you are free to talk with all of the other members at this time. Free to message me as well. So yeah, we're gonna talk a little bit more. But dude, yeah, start with this track at least. Start by placing in your stereo, and start by placing volume-wise everything in the right place. Take off all mastering effects and start there, and then we'll talk a little bit more. But thank you, dude. Honestly, I like I say, Magic Ninja Beats. It's courageous to come into a place and be open to feedback. It's like, it's not gonna feel good to be told you didn't do things correctly the first time. So that's if you're not feeling good, it's sometimes sucky, but sometimes it's the best thing that can happen to you because you know that someone is being like forthcoming with you and offering you feedback that will allow you to grow. So either way, I appreciate you joining us today. I appreciate you submitting your track for review. I appreciate you taking the time and the courage to let us listen to it. And thanks for trusting us to tell you what we think you would need in your track. I think you definitely need to work on more music overall. I think you need to like work out your chops on mixing and on recording and on mastering as well. And I think that in and of itself will become your main priority here, which is hustle. Fucking scratch out as much music as you can. If I thought these were anywhere near polished, I'd release, but I'm taking my time to try and get it right. You're doing well. There is too much music out there that people think, thank you very much, it's done, I release it. And then we listen to it and we're like, this is clouding the airwaves. This music should not be out just because you can afford a DistroKid account. The music that is out there right now should not be enabled. It should be disabled, a lot of it. Because a lot of people think, well, if I can afford it, that means that I'm allowed to put it out. Yes, but also no. So on that sense, Magic Ninja Beats, your self-awareness makes you better as a producer than like, I'd say at least 50% of the producers out there. So congratulations, your self-realization, your self-awareness, it will create a better producer out of you. So you should be optimistic. This is what I think I'm going to end on here for you, Magic Ninja Beats. You should be optimistic because you're open to growth. And being open to growth is literally more important than any plugin you could ever buy, any software you can ever start to master, any instrument that you can possibly learn. Openness to growth will allow you to use all of those tools effectively. So in your case, if I was in your shoes right now, as much as there's work to be done, as much as the hill looks uphill, you should be proud to be open to growth. And you should feel good about that part. What we want now, all of us in this community, what we want is you to also feel good about your mixes. Truly. So now you need to, exactly. I'm happy with the ideas I put out. I just need them. I just need the know-how to make them real. And the fact that you're open to that know-how makes me say, it would be my pleasure to work with you. It would be my pleasure to talk to you. Yeah. Mike, you should do a course for producers. It's inspiring. Thank you very much. I think possibly that's the case, but I'll be honest with you, every course that I've seen on mixing and on mastering and on producing, it kind of nauseates me a little bit because there's so much like, if you buy now, you'll get the unlimited course of I prefer this. This here is my like course. And if you like what you hear, well then great, you can support the stream. There's a donate button in my about section. There's a subscriber option. There's cheering. There's a lot of ways that people can support the stream, but this is sort of the intro of what my course would look like. Big D, what do you call a plant that is not open to growth? I don't know. What do you call a plant that's not open to growth? Earth? Like dirt? It's dead. Yeah. And on that note, I don't think there's a better way to transition to our next producer in the queue. What's going on with this queue, though? I saw at some point someone tried to do the queue function, and it didn't really work. The bot is restarting. Oh, that's great. That's super great. Let's see if it works now. The bot's restarting. It's not working. Lol, but it's like producer church. But this is like producer church. A little bit. And the difference is that my sermons are not aimed towards you giving money to me. My sermons are aimed towards you improving. And it turns out that the money is an absolute necessity either way. So I appreciate any money you guys would contribute, but that's not to say that I value that more than the actual fucking what's it called? Than the actual like financial benefits of it. I will need financial benefits in order to continue this. So by all means, please subscribe, please cheer, please do all your shit. But yeah, I'm really sorry. It's there's priorities in life. Next up is Joe Farwick. This bot is not working, so we're gonna ignore it. We do have a list here. So what we're gonna do, Joe Farwick, if you would submit your beat now in the chat. Last bot message. Yeah, that's exactly it. That's exactly what I have here as well. So Joe Farwick, by Joe Farwick, go ahead and submit your beat in the chat. We're gonna need a repost because I don't think I have your link anymore. I do not. There it is. Joe Farwick. It's funny, I'm Canadian, but I think that sounds like a good American name. Am I crazy? It sounds like just a good old American name. Joe Farwick. Correct me if I'm wrong, Americans. I'm German. Oh well. Either way. It's just a good name. It's just a good name. A nice strong sounding name. Let's start talking less about names and more about music. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Joe Farwick and the track Taxi Driver. Let's listen.
I think I'm out of time. Today I'm losing my life. Yeah. Killing me with politics. Decided I go to you in the middle of night, and I know it's stuck inside my mind. Take me to the girl, cause I can't just stop the night. The night, the night, the night. You are my taxi driver. Why you always want me to be sad in time? Through the night, yeah, you drive me to another paradise. My taxi driver, please don't ask me why I never cry. Through the fire, don't you see I look for reasons why?
Oh, okay. That was a little short. It'll be extended. An apropos comment because, yeah, it's a while. I'm dying over here. I've been scrolling on TikTok for so long my neck hurts. Do you expect me to not insult you after you say something like that to me? Like, are you saying that you've been waiting for so long for your turn? Is that what you're implying here, Pseudo? Because if so, do you expect me to not insult you? First of all, for being on TikTok. Second of all, for not commenting on other people's music and helping the community flourish. And third of all, for being passive and just waiting for your turn selfishly. Do you expect me to not insult you? What is your point? Because if it is, I've been waiting so long for my turn, are you expecting me to not say something insulting to you? I'm just curious. Like, what was your goal in telling me that? Was it for me to empathize with you that you're waiting for a while? So is Krayos. And he has been participating in the chat. So what's your point? Exactly. That you have to wait for so long? Okay. You want to wait on another feedback stream instead and spend your time on TikTok there too? I'm curious if that's your point, because if it is, shut your mouth. It's, au pire ta gueule is what we say in French. Like, at the worst, close your mouth. Because you're not helping. You're not helping anyone by saying that. You're just helping yourself feel more self-important. Which you're not. It's a community. We help each other. God. Like, I have to listen to people and give my feedback on them. And what in that tells you that you're not going to get the same treatment when it is your turn? I'm so curious. Could have also let me know if he was feeling the song. Also would have had a lot more impact on the stream than telling me that you've been waiting for so long. Guess what, motherfucker? I've been doing this for 2 hours. I'll be doing it for another 6 hours this Saturday. There's a lot of time for you to come in. Were you first on the stream? Were you first to jump in on the queue? No. No. So what's your problem exactly? That you have to have patience? Do you expect me to not insult you, is my question to you. You can answer. I'll allow you to answer. I'll wait. You know what I'll do, dude? I'll make him wait. I'll make fucking Joe Farwick wait while I wait for your answer. How would that make you feel? That I'm making him wait because I'm addressing you and your selfish ass. Does that make you feel better? Do you feel more important now? I'm addressing you. Now what? God. What the hell? Probably had the stream on mute. Most likely. Most likely. Wow. I'm so glad that you can contribute in this way to this stream. That you can click in, press join, and then click out and tune out and go on to TikTok. I'm so curious. What's the point of that comment? Exactly. What's the point? God, I hate it when people are self-involved and are not fucking participating in the stream, and then they're like, when's my turn? When I get to you. What the fuck happened? I had to take a piss? You've been watching. Okay, then my mistake. If all of this has been for nothing, then my mistake. But what's your point in saying you're dying over here? You've been scrolling on TikTok for so long, my neck hurts. What is the point of saying something like that? I'm curious what your point was. What was the issue? Like, what were you trying to express by saying you were on TikTok? Because again, if I misunderstood and you're saying, I'm waiting. No, but I'm curious as to why you would say that. I'm curious as to why. Exactly. I'm not saying what you're saying. What was your point in saying, why I've been waiting on TikTok so long, my neck hurts? What is the point of saying that? What does that bring to this community? Like, exactly. There seemed like there was an ulterior motive for you to say that. You can say anything you want, but the consequences of what you say, you better own up to them. So I'm curious. What was the point? I think you might just be saying TikTok is an addiction. Okay. And why? Okay. All I was saying that my neck hurts and I was giving context of why my neck hurts. Again, that is the what? Why? Like, what is your implication? I'm so curious. I've gotten people saying it's been taking a long time. When's my next turn? For a couple of times and I've not said anything. You've been saying some to say it. Okay. You know what you can say anything you want, but there is 0% contribution to the art that we're listening to. That is like 0%. So like you can say anything you want on the stream. I don't censor. I have the auto mod turned very, very low on its settings. So you can say anything on this chat. And your choice when we're reviewing someone's piece of music is, I've been on TikTok so long, my neck hurts. My question remains, why? What is your point? Are you saying I'm taking too long for each track? You saying that you've been waiting a while? You're just saying something just to say it? No one says something just to say that. You know what I mean? Pseudo, I'll say this. If I misunderstood, then I'm truly sorry. I'm truly sorry. I don't think I have any problem with taking back what I said. I do tend to get people who express their impatience at when it's going to be their turn. Thank you. I was saying it to say it doesn't provide anything to the feedback. Okay. I understand why you were mad. Thank you. I appreciate why you would understand why you were mad. I can appreciate the fact of saying something just to say it. I do not see the reason for saying something like that on a music stream where we're giving feedback on people's music. That said, if you were saying it just to say it, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I apologize, and I take everything that I said back. I don't have, in and of itself, a problem with people being random on the chat. So I'll take it back. But you have to understand, that sounds a lot like all of the other people on this stream that have been like, hey, when is it my turn? That sounded a lot like that. So if I did misconstrue it, Krayos, is there saying you think it's misconstrued at the time? At the time you get bots in here being pieces of shit, but I just be saying stuff. That's cool. That's cool. So I'll tell you what, Pseudo. I am sorry. I'm sorry for misconstruing that. And we're gonna be a little more careful for that in the future. As I'm growing with you guys, and as you are growing with us, I can certainly make mistakes like that in this stream, and I can certainly misconstrue things like that. And sometimes it just gets to me because there are some pieces of shit that are just beyond impatient and don't understand what we're doing in this place. So I appreciate your understanding. Your understanding actually means a lot to me, believe it or not, that you can see where I'm coming from. So that in and of itself is nice to me. I just don't necessarily want to prevent you guys from saying what is on your mind. I definitely don't see comments like that often unless they are directed at the fact that I am taking time every mix. So if it was the case and you were being genuinely just putting out what you're feeling, my bad, dude. I do have to be sorry. I do. You know why? Because as much as you guys are growing musically from this stream, I'm growing as a human from this stream. And I gotta be sorry. I gotta be someone who's able to fix my mistakes. So if it was a mistake, I genuinely apologize. And you can be sure that I will, in the future, take this and learn from it, because maybe I won't jump to a conclusion of that nature as fast in the future. This is what I'm going to take it out. This is what I'm going to take on. You're just putting some out. I'm going to read your comments, Magic Ninja Beats, in a second. I was just putting some out there, but man, I understand I've waited 4 hours for feedback before, so I don't mind waiting. Okay. Well, here's what I'm going to do to grow from this opportunity. I'm going to hear comments like that, and before expressing my opinion on them, I'm going to ask what you mean and be sure as to what you mean. Not necessarily you, Pseudo, but anybody in general on this stream. What I'm going to do to grow from this opportunity is I'm going to take it and learn to wait to have a full understanding of your perspective, of anybody's perspective, before jumping to the conclusion that maybe someone is being, in whatever way, I do not like that they are being. That's what I'm going to learn from this. And that's why I say, I'm sorry, here's how I'm going to do better next time. If anything, I owe you my thanks, Pseudo. I owe you my thanks because it's an opportunity for me to grow. Once again, I cannot help but do that. So like, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity of growth. Thank you for showing me, revealing me to myself. Because I can see myself. I see literally my camera on my screen above my second screen. So I see myself, and I see the way I react, and I see how this, if it was a misconstruction, if it was misconstrued in any way, I could see how this could come off as like, what the fuck, Mike's tripping balls. Yeah, I did, and I'm sorry, and I'm gonna do better next time, and that I've already said how, so we're gonna move on. That said, Pseudo, my bad. I don't mind waiting here because the feedback is top shelf, and though he didn't care for my track at all, he took the time to help me understand why. I don't get that many places. It's worth my time. And again, Magic Ninja, you saw where I was coming from, and I thank you also for seeing my perspective. The way I said it was very bad, and I can understand it just barely. Magic Ninja using the RAR emotes because, yeah, that's sort of my emotions sometimes. So, yeah, absolutely. I learned from how he deconstructs others as well, so the time is still well spent. Which is sort of where I was coming from here. If you do listen to someone else's track, and you listen to the feedback that I'm giving on that particular track, then it might be very well useful to you in your own respects. Like you might hear like, oh shit, I didn't try that in my track. Let me try that in my track. And then you might learn from something from that. So like that's where I was like, don't you realize the value of other people's music with regards to your music? But my bad, dude. Again, I've said it. I'll say it again. You're good, man. Don't worry. I was completely my fault for miswording it to come across that way, and I'm sorry. I did a little interpretation on my behalf. And so you don't have that. You don't have that necessarily going against you. It's like there was a little bit of interpretation on my behalf. Take things at face value. Like i.e., if they say, "Why the fuck am I waiting?" I'd also be pissed. Yeah, don't get me wrong. If someone were to do that, I would just ban them because I have no patience to reply. It's like, okay, you know what? You can wait somewhere else. I can't stand that. But if someone is implying something, I go into it. I get into it. That said, I should probably ask what the implication is first before assuming what it is. I should not make any assumptions about you guys because you guys have been good to me. Honestly, every single one of you have been good to me, and I owe you the benefit of the doubt. That's what I owe you at the least, the benefit of the doubt. So sometimes I don't give that to you, and that's my bad. That's where I'm coming from. You know, it was unfortunate timing with the piss break too. It was a little bit. All right. Because it's such a short track, and because Joe Farwick has been waiting for us to actually come back to it, we're going to listen to it all together once again. Pseudo, you do you. Be on TikTok, be on the track. You do you. Everyone does what they want to do. Everyone gets what they want from this stream. So I will not infringe on that any longer. I do need to take a piss though, so I'll be right back. Okay. That's cool. I'm going to probably have to go probably after this track either way. But all right. We learned something about ourselves today. And by ourselves, I mean myself. So let's go. One more time. It's a 1-minute song. Let's go through it.
I think I'm out of time. Today I'm losing my life. Yeah. Killing me with false society. I go to you in the middle of night, and I know it's stuck inside my mind. Take me to the girl, cause I can't just stop the night. You are my taxi driver. Why you always want me to be sad in time? Through the night, yeah, you drive me to another paradise. My taxi driver, please don't ask me why I never cry. Through the fire, don't you see I look for reasons why?
Okay, so yeah, the first comment is obviously very short, but it's a good riff. I guess my main comment would be that the drums themselves are so loud that I'm not hearing if you have a bass line that's supporting your main chord progression. Because your chord progression, I think it starts here, right?
Night you see driver, why you always
I'm so good at keyboard. I've returned from the depths of my bathroom. Thank you. Appreciate that update. That's wonderful. So, yeah. So I guess the chord progression itself.
taxi driver, why you always want me to be sad in time? Through the night, yeah.
So yeah, that's the B flat chord progression. B flat, and it's going down on the flat 7th and then the flat 6th. I think, right? Yeah, B flat minor to the A flat major to the G flat major. So yeah, you're basically going down that sort of tonic 6 7/6. Whoops, wrong one. Here we go. So that implication of the chord progression that is there is not evident to me before that synth comes in there. And I think that the volume of your drums are loud, which is not a bad thing, but I think you would need to add something in there that like sort of completes it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually like call up my bass track here, and I'm going to play bass over it. What? Close enough. Okay. So I think this is what I want to hear at this point, Joe Farrick.
I think I'm out of time. Today I'm losing my life. Yeah. Killing me with balance society. I go to you in the middle of night, and I know you're stuck inside my mind. Take me to the girl, cause I can't just stop.
Damn, those drums are fucking loud because I'm having trouble punching my bass through. Let me turn it up a little bit. Okay, that's a little better.
I think I'm out of time. Today I'm losing my life. Yeah. Killing me with balance society. I go to you in the middle of night, and I know you're stuck inside my mind. Take me to the girl, cause I can't just stop the night. The night, the night, the night. You are my taxi driver. Why you always want me to be sad in time? Through the night, yeah. You drive me to another paradise. My taxi driver. Please don't ask me why I never cry. Through the fire, don't you see I look for reasons why?
So yeah, I think it sounds pretty nice. I think it sounds good with that. And honestly, you could play on that. You don't necessarily have to go straight to the... You could even go an octave up. Oh, I'm all out of tune though. So you could like even start high. Because the drums are so low. Hold up a second. Oh, you said some stuff. Wow, you're right. I was thinking the more instruments there are, the less my vocals will be present. No, not on the low end, dude. On the low end, you're supporting your vocals. That's for sure. Oh my God, would you record that? Talented motherfucker. I'd actually use this and credit you probably. So good. If you refresh, you can download and load in your DAW. I wish I could play bass. Mike's showing off again. Yeah, Twitchy. Listen. I wish I could too. No, man, it's all about practicing, honestly. If you can refresh, you can download and load in your DAW. That's nice, dude, but that's the kind of thing that I would charge as like a session musician. Also, you probably don't want me to charge to record instruments for you until the song is actually done. So like what I'd say is don't worry about the bass. Maybe even adding in your bass. That's cool. That's cool. But like don't worry about that kind of stuff until like the track itself is actually arranged and fully mapped out. So you're going to want to do that before, because there might be ideas that I'm having for bass now that I won't have if the song is finished, or rather I will get to those ideas at the end of the song. And right now I'm not thinking of those. You can look up Ample Bass if you need a free bass VST, and that's in terms of like the actual like bass sound itself. I think you would probably do well with having some form of bass sound in your track. You can hire me to play the bass. You can hire me to play your bass for sure. But I recommend, this is a professional recommendation to save you a lot of money and a lot of time. You finish your track first before hiring me as your hired gun, as your studio session musician. Because like the ideas that I have of this, exactly, it won't, but it can fill the gap for now. So you can get the ideas of what comes next in your track without necessarily having to play, to hire someone. Damn, you play bass too, Mike God. Yeah, man, dude. How much would you charge something from like for that? Again, it's hard for me to say that on the stream with a track that is only a minute long. If the track is 3 minutes, it depends how long it takes for me to record it. I guess it would be starting around 250, most likely. Oh shit! Twitchy Gamer, guessing my fucking quote before I say it. Guessing the quote before I say it. Wow. Well done, my dude. That was a good... I don't know what mental calculations you just did there. You nailed like what I was thinking in my head. Yeah, 250 would be my starting price, most likely, for recording just one instrument, just some bass, would be where I start. But again, that it depends on the complexity. It depends on what you have in the track. But yeah, he guessed that shit. And I'll give you some... This is the thing, Joe. This is why I'm like... my Twitch broke. This is why I'm like... I'm thinking you probably want to map out your track first, because I have a lot of ideas for just this 1 minute. But if you have 2-3 minute track mapped out, I'm gonna have other ideas. For instance, just this 1 minute gave me this. I'll give you this one for free.
I think I'm out of time. Today I'm losing my life. Yeah. Killing me with all society. I go to you in the middle of night, and I know you're stuck inside my mind. Take me to the girl, cause I can't just stop the night. The night, the night, the night. You are my taxi driver. Why you always want me to be sad in time? Through the night, yeah. You drive me to another paradise. My taxi driver. Please don't ask me why I never cry. Through the fire, don't you see I look for reasons why?
So yeah, starting on that high, it's starting on the high octave and then coming down to the bass octave. I'll give you that one for free as a taste, as a suggestion of what I would put in if it was my track. But that's just, again, my thoughts. You definitely need some of that. So I think, honestly, though, again, it's really hard to comment on any of the other stuff. Maybe adding some harmonies when you are my taxi driver. Maybe?
The night, the night, the night. You are my taxi driver. Why you always want me to be sad in time? Through the night, yeah.
Yeah, because I want to go like, you are my taxi driver. And then like, that's it. And then no harmonies. And then when you come in, through the night, yeah. Like I'll try and sing it at the same time as it plays here.
The night you are my taxi driver. Why you always want me to be sad in time? Through the night, yeah. You drive me to another paradise. My taxi driver.
Main note, then a taxi driver. Oof, again, I have not warmed up my vocals. It's very rough.
Taxi driver.
Holding hold up. I was thinking of doing something crazy, building chords with harmonies on those words, holding a single note on each take. Yeah. You get it. So like, like something like a chorus of vocals behind could also work on your like second repeat of your chorus. You could very well like just go taxi driver, like, you know what I mean? That single note on the multiple words can definitely work. But I think, yeah, building your wall of vocals, I think, is going to be important, because your main element throughout is nice. But be careful when you're holding a single note on each take, because what's happening there is your melody is moving. It's taxi driver, And then the notes that are around that, so one of your harmonies could be the fifth, which is the ta, and then the other note can be and then the tonic then you could go with the fifth below it, the third below that, and the low octave, So all of those are in your minor scale, your B flat minor scale. And when you're holding on those notes and your main vocal is dancing between those, because your main vocal is so the only note that's not on your B flat minor scale that you're singing on your main melody is the E flat. It's the fourth of that scale. It's the it's the fourth. It's your subdominant. And the problem with that is if you're holding notes on all of the other notes in that scale, when your main melody is dancing between them, you're kind of losing that harmony. Even if it's left and right, it'll sound a little bit better, but you're still losing you're losing your held notes when your main melody is coming through. And your main melody, when it hits those notes that are being held by the other harmonies, the main melody, your main vocals, is also losing a little bit of impact. So if you're gonna do the holding the single note on each take, as you say, be careful that you do that carefully, because be careful that you do that carefully. Just look out that you do that carefully, because your main melody might lose impact as your harmonies might. So try it, but I don't necessarily know if that would work so much. I think you're going to want to probably go more for a moving melody where you're going like taxi driver, and then you something like that, and then you go through the night, yeah, or even on the high melody is like taxi driver. Like having those on your main hook, that will have more impact than just held notes. Like I said, it's something to try. So record both. What I'm thinking, my main advice here is have fun with both, because both will maybe contribute different things to the mix. So I'm thinking you're most likely gonna have some fun fucking with harmonies. But apart from that, man, there's not much more to say. Obviously, that's what MJ did on Thriller, the chords. I know. He does the thriller night. Like, I know those harmonies, they sound so good. But you have to be sure that your main melody is either popping through already. Just some skills. Hi, by the way. Welcome. Thank you so much. Hey, yo, thanks for joining the queue. Either way, thank you. Just some skills for some more gifted subs, taking my spot before Enigma comes in. That's funny. Thank you so much, dude. That's very, very kind of you. As you always are. So, yeah. Joe Farwick, I'm saying to you, definitely try the MJ chord vocals. Definitely try them. Your drum kit is a little repetitive.
Still never cry.
So you're gonna, when you are developing this song, I'm gonna click out of this here because I think we're pretty much done with the song, the section by section stuff. When you are building this song, keep in mind that the beat is slightly repetitive in this entire section. So you're gonna probably want to either change it up in this section or take it out at some point in your song and then put it back. Because you don't want too much of the repetition of one element throughout the song. It does make the song become stale without wanting it to. So yeah, I'll say that, Joe Farwick, be careful when you are producing the rest of this beat. Because, ooh, that was a good one. Because yeah, you're definitely gonna want to create variation. Damn, yeah, damn indeed. These guys are truly generous, Pseudo. These guys are mental. One went to Emma Grace. Excellent, because she's the one who raided our channel the first time and brought in like 50 people. That was absolutely incredible. I was thinking of doing a choir like ooh part of that after that with just snare. Ooh, ah, ah. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea. Even just with snaps. Ooh, ah, ah. Yeah. I like that idea a lot. For Joe, we're looking forward to hearing the finished version of this. So, by all means, come back and share that. And yeah, dude, Joe, if you want, hit up the Discord, and we can talk a little bit more about maybe getting some bass recorded for your song, because I would really like to lay some bass down for this track. I think it's good, and I think that at the price that you'd be getting my recordings at, I think, to be honest with you, you could very well get something sounding real good with a nice acoustic bass. You might even consider supplementing the acoustic bass if you wanted to work with me. You might even consider supplementing that with a digital bass at some point. But I think your bread and butter for this song is going to be like a nice funky bow wah ba ba da bow bow wah ba ba da. I think it would be a good idea. But yeah, dude. Either way, Joe Farwick, I'm loving that track. It sounds good. It sounds like it's a good idea. Got to be honest, I can't afford it at the moment because I do music full time at the moment, and I wish I had an investor or higher budget. Ha! So much sympathy for that, so much empathy for that particular situation. We are certainly at crossroads in that situation. I totally get that, dude. It's hard being a full-time musician. It's hard being fucking broke in life. I'll tell you that. The world does not envy professional musicianship nearly as much as they should. They do not value it nearly as much as they should, because there are so many amateur musicians that are clouding up the scene. And this is why this whole stream is so important, because I want to make at least so that amateur musicians have the professional sound so they can get their fucking money paid. We will get there. Trust in the process. Been trusting it for 10 years, my dude. I'm still broke, but that's okay. That's okay. Either way, Joe Farwick, thank you for your contribution. Thanks for trusting us with the track and letting us listen to it, giving us some feedback, giving you a couple of bass ideas. Let me know if ever it comes down to it and you need some tracks. Maybe we can work something out. Either way, check out the Discord and we can talk together. That's yes, there is a lot of noise for sure, but yeah, let us know if we can fix something up for you, my dude. Honestly, a pleasure to listen to your track. Pseudo, you're up next. Hold up. Let me just open TikTok. Sorry, I had to. I gotta laugh at myself sometimes and laugh a little bit at you. A little bit. We gotta laugh at each other. Oh, come now. It's all in good fun. That said, that was my one free one. So now, from now on, we're gonna pretend like it didn't happen. I'm just kidding. I'm glad you got some. I'm glad I got sense of humor. I got the best viewers in the world, guys. I truly do. Not Big D and just some skills like conspiring to like make a fake COVID conspiracy and some pregnancy scares so that you can get some paid time off. Not some shit like that going on. Y'all are special, my dudes. Joe Farwick, I'm about to add you in the artist queue here. There we are. Yo, just some skills. Are you in the Discord? I'm wondering, because you are at this point a producer of the stream at this point. Like, you are. I see you, producer. You've been upgraded, my dude. You've been upgraded to producer as a producer of the stream, as a producer of the Discord. So yeah, welcome there. Pseudo's gonna roast your ass so hard one day. Bro, I would never. I am, sir. I hate PTO. Ew! I'm gonna wait till he forgets. That's probably a good idea. Just some skills. Whoop! But I'm not a producer, though. No, that's okay. You're a producer in the financial sense, I think, is more what it comes down to. That said, it's either time or money, really, what it comes down to. Pseudo, we're not going to spend any more time making fun of each other here. Probably wise that you wait until I forget to roast me again. I got this one open. Oh no, Pseudo, you don't have to repost. I got the first one. Is it the same one? Is it this? Oh yeah, it is the same one. Yeah, it's the same one. No, it's all good, man. I saw the first one either way. I cracked it open immediately. Just some skills. Having a salary job makes me realize how much I want music to work out. Tell me about it. Fucking tell me about it, dude. All right, folks. With zero further ado, I'm gonna check my Instagram. Okay, that's it. It's done. The last one. Promise. Last one. So, without any further ado, Pseudo Makes Music presenting to us Whippin' It. Oh, damn. I was kind of hoping it would continue. Okay, so I'm going to say this. First of all, I like the textures that you got set up for you here. There is not as much movement as I would like from this track. But let's see what the chat thinks here. Ooh, motherfucker! Yeah. I'm a scoundrel. What do you want? I play rogues and I play rogues and scoundrelly characters in my D&D campaigns. So that's just me translated to D&D, really. Good luck with the switch, bro. It ain't easy. Oh, this you're talking about your switching to music professional. It's not fucking easy, dude. This is like that drift funk, a little bit, right? What you were defining, anyways. Can't switch anytime soon, brother. Got student loans. Motherfucker, that sucks. Big D, I feel you though. Salut, Teuse77. Salut, mon dude. Comment tu vas? I don't know if you're from Quebec or from France. But bienvenue au chat, mon dude. Big D63, some sadness. 2 minutes is a bit long for funk in the first place. Oh my god, so do I. Welcome in Teuse. Que pasa? That's Spanish. He was talking in French. He or she, rather. They is the word that I should definitely be going with. Okay, so here we go, Pseudo. So again, I think the good thing about this song is that it inspires me to give a lot of ideas. I have a lot of thoughts. Just because the structure that you have placed here could be something built upon it. I didn't know that 2 minutes is long for funk. I did not know. So I'm very unfamiliar with the genre. But like let's get into this. So first things first. Hold up. I'm going to just make sure that because one of my ideas involves me having drums ready. Let's just go back. So that's my first idea. That's my first idea here is breaking up this intro where before the snare starts hitting, breaking it up with some hi-hats, I think. It would be my first idea. Here. I like that idea, and I think that it needs it. So, yeah, I think that that's a good idea here because you're going to need something. It doesn't need to be hi-hats necessarily at this section. I think it's just better to have a high element than a low element at this point because I think that a low element will add too much to your mix so that the drop doesn't have as much impact. So I think if you're going to add something to your mix at this point, let it be something in the high frequencies would be my opinion, I think. So that's my first thought here. Then when the snare comes in, I like the snare sound, by the way. Again, we're going to need something after the 2 bars where the snare comes in, after the melody's loop goes fully, we're going to need something here. I think, I just fucking unplugged my monitor. Oh no. Oh no. Was everything that I just said, like lost? Do you want me to like repeat what I said for the first part here? Got some weed ash away. Okay, cool. So no, just you just unplugged your monitor. Cool. I'm ugly, but like I didn't think I was that ugly, right? Okay. So yeah. The other idea that I had here was a riser, a pitched riser. Yeah, I think so. Like I think I want to hear like a except without the choke. Don't choke on your own spit, folks. It's not good to breathe spit. Keep that in mind. Pro tip. So yeah, I think that Mike, you're a handsome young man. Thank you, Big D. You are too. I've seen your Instagram. You are too. Yeah, a riser here would be not unwelcome, I think. Yeah, a riser there would be really nice, I think. Something pitched specifically, because I think that the pitch itself could be a very welcome addition to this section of the song. So I'd say hi-hats here, and keep the hi-hats going for this section, and then as of this section here, time code 26 seconds, you're going to want to probably put a riser or a sweep, or maybe even both. Both might work. I will say before the drop, cut some energy away. I think you're going to want something to go like, you know what I mean? So I think you might need something like that to create a contrast, to create a delineation. I say that word often on this stream. I just seem to encounter the same thing, which is sections sort of blend into one another. And I kind of want it to stand out. I kind of want your drop to pop. I want the drop to drop. Drop and pop. Drop, pop the drop. I'm going to stop. You see what I mean? Just cutting everything away, it adds so much more pop to this drop. So I think, yeah, even if you were to do like a false pitch slowdown, like I think that would be good. The first comment I have about your drop is, I don't necessarily love the sustained sub with such a staccato beat. The sustained sub contrasts that. So it kind of takes away from the energy. I'm saying maybe there's two things that I think you could do to this. Maybe they work together. But the first thing is your sub, instead of it being like a sustained, which is E. Oh yeah, first try. So your sub bass, instead of just being a sustained E note, you might consider going like matching your main melody, side chaining it to the kick and the snare, which I don't think you're doing much of at this point. Yeah, you're gonna want to emphasize a little more side chain on your bass at least. No, not on your bass. Sorry, not on your bass. Not on your bass. I hear it. My mistake. But yeah, I think your bass could do with being staccato with your synth, because it'll support the riff rather than like just hovering the riff. But oh shit, I haven't done this in a couple days. All right, pseudo 1, 2, don't go on TikTok. Thanks for that. I actually do need to work out these days, so like, to be honest with you, that actually kind of helps me. But yeah, so first things first, staccato bass. The other thing I would consider is your main riff. It's too easy. So the other thing that I would suggest with your drop here, consider maybe making the lower it by 1 octave. It might juice that track a little more. Now again, I don't necessarily know. I don't know if this is like typical funk sound in those high melodies. Excuse me, and the hovering bass. Like, I don't know if that's part of the funk sound. I just know that for this particular track, I may want it to feel more staccato. But I think that in any case, to make it a little juicier, I would probably take that main riff and at the drop, lower it by an octave, specifically because it will create an element that feels new, even though it is not. I may make 2 different 808s. Oh yeah, also an idea for sure. It'll maybe punch a little more at the drop so that you have a little more juice. Yes, I'm assuming you're saying that for the genre, for the most part, it is synths, cowbells, and heavy 808s. That's cool. But the synths part, I like that riff. That so like that part, I don't necessarily have a problem necessarily with it. I just think that for your drop, maybe dropping it an octave will like reinforce the same riff, but in a different way rather than just playing the same riff throughout. Because right now what we're hearing is that riff from the start to the end. Is there a break? Oh, you're also doing... Like, I like your variations. This is what I'll say about that riff. It's a good riff in that it varies in and of itself, so it's good. I just think, to a certain extent, dropping it an octave will create, I've already said it, it creates an element of freshness without you having to change the melody that you've worked very hard on. For 34 to 52 and 1 for after, that's why funk is sort of short, because it's very repetitive. Fair enough, but I think that even though it is repetitive, it could still It was a fly. Ah, got you, bitch! Fucking flies. Even though it's repetitive, it could still maintain an element of movement. And I think that to a certain extent, the movement that you're creating just needs a variation. So if you were to, in this drop, bring that synth down by an octave, then it comes back in this section to the high octave. I like that. And then you stay on that high octave. You don't necessarily have to come back down. I just think that for that first drop, having it lower will maybe create an element of a little more juice. A little bit more juice. I'd like to... What if I reverse it? So that'll do, what is it? So that'll be, it will be different. It will contrast your main riff. I'm wondering if it's almost too much contrast at that point, if you reverse the riff altogether. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's worth a try, I think is the answer that I'm coming up with here. It's worth trying. I think that just to have one riff that repeats itself over and over and over and over and over throughout the entire song without a single break is a lot. I think one section in a lower octave would be more than enough change. If you reverse it, even if you reverse it, I would say reverse it at this part here when you have nothing else going on. Like at that drop, if you were to reverse it, but keep it in the high octave, and combined with the low octave here, I think personally the effect of that would be far greater in terms of contrast. But then come back to your main riff, because again, it's not a bad riff. It's actually pretty interesting, and I think that to a certain extent, when you come back with your sub here. I like that. I like it here either way. I think I like it here. I don't necessarily know that it needs to be super duper changed. I think that just a little, maybe the reverse, if you want to add as an effect on your like second rise here, that's great. But I don't necessarily know that for the entirety of the first drop, it needs that. Let me just listen to the transition between these two sections here, the rise and the second drop. So it's wise. What you've done here is wise. You've brought back the drums without bringing back the sub. But I think, once again, we're going to need a more of a delineation between these two sections right around this part here. I think we're going to need something that is a little bit more transitional. Transitionary? You need a transition. You need a transition between those two. So whether it's a quick sweep or even just a reverse, yeah, my drumstick goes flying. The drumsticks goes wild. I think to a certain extent you're going to need either way a transition there at that exact point, just to once again delineate those sections a little bit more. Again, I don't know the genre. I just know music, and I know that to a certain extent I'm kind of expecting a change, but I'm not really hearing anything that's signaling the change. And I think I want to be teased before I am given the change. I think I want to be like, oh, here it comes, and it's there! The crowd goes wild. Yeah, that's, I think, what I want to hear from that section. And honestly, I know I said about the staccato basses in this section, but I actually like the sustained bass in this section here. I think that if you get to it, for that part, I'm going to reverse it, then back into the reg. Yeah, that's a great idea. But what I'm saying about this bass here, I think I like it sustained here, but I think I would like it more sustained here if this part was more staccato. So I think that to a certain extent, making the bass staccato in this section will be like optimal for this section to really shine, to really stand out as nice. Nice variation there. I like that. I know that you're on your way out for the track. I guess I just don't understand why like take away the kick and then fade out the track and then come back with it for like 2 bars. I'm curious as to what the goal behind that is. Is there a reason for that production wise? Is it like for a transition between like if a live DJ were mixing, he would have they would have a little more space to work with? I'm just curious as to the purpose of that. To be honest, I don't know. Well, neither do I, dude. That makes 2 of us. I'm just very confused because like it makes sense that you start removing your kick and you keep your sub there. I just felt like it was cool. Oh, okay. Arrangement wise, I think it's sort of like it's insinuating that there's something else coming. I don't know. It's kind of weird. The weirdness is growing on me. I won't lie to you. Like I kind of enjoy that like weirdness. It makes me want to put the song back. So that's actually a pretty good thing. It's like making me want to like, but no. But yeah, I will say that though here, Pseudo. First things first. Just to go back through this track. At this point in your first intro, you're gonna want to add either a hi-hat or an element of high-end tension. It could even be something as stupid as this. So maybe it could be a ride instead of a hi-hat. Either way, you need something on the high. I feel like it would. Oh, hold on. Well, I feel like it would transition back perfectly if they play it on repeat. Fuck. Close. It's close. That's actually a pretty cool idea. So yeah. For sure. I saw the button after that. I realized that I don't have to manually do this, but yeah. It's close. It's close to a perfect loop. So I'm happy that that's the effect that you're going for because that does certainly have that impact. But again, I'm going to just go over what I said before. So entering a high frequency element here at this point, entering some form of rise or some form of build at this point, cutting away from your sound entirely right before your drop. So I'm like adding some sort of like a silence or some sort of slowdown right before your drop. Your drop itself, the first drop, I would put the bass as a staccato bass and not as a hovering bass. I personally would also lower the main riff as an octave by 1 octave so that it creates an element of contrast. The reverse section, I see that being here. I see that being existing before your second drop. Bro, what if fade out and fade in the start? I kind of think that I like the sudden cut and the sudden beginning. It sort of adds to the feel of the already very like it adds very well to that. So I don't necessarily like the idea of a fade out for this track. That's my opinion. So yeah, a little reverse here, a little transition between your second build and your second drop. What else did I have here? I don't think I have much to say about this section, and I really honestly, I think it's weird, but I think that it certainly adds something to the track, and it does create somewhat of a very loopable a very loopable. Obviously, SoundCloud is not doing that justice, but it's starting to grow on me, this weird section at the end. So, like, definitely a good idea. Either way, I think that's all the feedback that I have for this track. Again, you need a little bit more delineation within your own track. And you do need to build your track, I think, a little bit more. Develop the builds, develop the transitions, develop the upward motion of your track. That's what I'm trying to go for. Like, the track should always be building and increasing in either tension or in content, one or the other. And I think that to a certain extent it is, and it also isn't. It's like sort of the same throughout. So fucking with the main synth might be an easy way to do that. Fucking with your transitions will also help. And yeah, adding elements strategically after like two bars at a time will certainly help the feel of that track. But I think that's all I have to say about your song, Pseudo. So yeah, thank you for sharing. Either way, thanks for trusting us with this track. Thank you for your understanding in a little misunderstanding that we had before. I appreciate in a world where we misunderstand each other, those who are willing to understand those misunderstandings are better and are bigger and better as a human for it. So thank you for understanding, and thanks for understanding also my point of view on that. All right, back to TikTok I go. All right, well done, dude. Either way, I like your track. I think it needs a little work, but just truly in a very I don't even say superficial sense. I think I think you just need to enhance the elements that are already there in very simple ways. Enough said. Yeah, you better laugh. It was funny, I'll be honest with you. All right, Krayos, music. You're up, my dude. Do you have some more like soundscapey shit for us? Do you have some more funky ass shit? Some out of the ordinary shits for us to listen to this time? I'm curious. Because the last time you submitted some shit, it was violently different. Oh no, not the last time. That was the time before it, where you submitted some like crazy ass soundscape shit. I think. Oh no. It's saying we can't find that playlist. Oh no, dude. I'm going to show you what my screen says. Oh no, never mind. It loaded. It just didn't want to load. Melodic techno. Oh shit. Okay. Well, we're going to do 5 minutes of this song. Because that is the limit. But yeah. Let's see here. Is it working? Okay. Yeah. Okay, we got it, Krayos. We got it. So you can skip the middle bridge. You're talking about this little section here. I'm assuming this little section right around here is what you want us to skip in the playback. That's too bad. I'm a bridge fiend. I love bridges. I love those things, man. So itchy. So itchy is the ear of Mike. Yeah, that is some sick art though, Big D. I gotta be honest with you. I'm kind of agreeing with you on that. That is some crazy ass concept art. Weapons of Lust. Oh, damn. All right. No further ado, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to listen to Krayos' track, Weapons of Lust. Here it goes.
Be the one.
Okay. That was not the music that I'm used to listening to. I'm going to try to analyze this objectively here because, to my liking, I think that it is very dense throughout. I think that there are a lot of unique textures, and your sense of originality is off the chain, Kreos. I would have never thought to approach like tech house in this particular way. Or techno rather in this case. You're saying that it is melodic. I hear melodies, but I wouldn't qualify necessarily that this is a melodic genre. In that I hear about as much melody as I hear from a lot of tech house songs. Not necessarily, we're not talking like minimalist tech house or anything like that, but I'm hearing similar things and similar themes and similar chord progressions and similar melodies vocally as a lot of other techno. I guess it's this that it's not dissonant as much as it is melodic. In that case, yeah, it definitely can be qualified as melodic. But let's go through this a little bit. Also, DJ Pfeffen, thank you so much for joining the queue. Appreciate you sticking on by with us, or stopping on by rather, and thanks for being with us. All right, let's go back and listen to this because I think I have some thoughts here. This is old too, so not quite as clean as my newer stuff. It's a little dense, I won't lie to you. Thank you very much, DJ Pfeffen, for the follow. That's appreciated. It was very, very wonderful of you to join us in that sense. I don't think I have much to say about the intro here, Kreos. You're saying you're planning on playing this live, but not sure I'll release. That includes most of that EP. Yeah, I feel like this song will have a greater impact live. That's why at some point I stood at the back of my room so that I can like actually hear what it would sound from a little far away from the speakers. And I'll be honest with you, Kreos, the sub is one of my favorite things of this entire song, that pulsing. So that has an impact live. I won't lie to you, for sure. I like that. And again, the intro itself is the place I think I have the least issues. I think it builds really nicely. Yeah, man, least I can do for feedback. Thanks, DJ Pfeffen. I appreciate that. Yeah, I stopped the song. I love that you just killed that song. 0% volume. I like that. It's ballsy. It doesn't always pay off, but with a dense intro such as yours, killing everything for like 4 beats, live, that will have a stupid effect. You're going to have so much good response from that live. I can see it already. People going like, and then I love that effect. So let's hear that. It might just be my opinion here. Again, I've never heard like technical, like techno, I guess you could say techno approach in that way, where it's like a very, very low beat and the kick itself is super duper bright. I think I have this kick sample too. I think I have it stored away in one of my sample lockers somewhere. But like, it's an interesting sample to use and to enhance the high end. It does have that poppy effect that I think you're going for in this track. It has this super infected mushroom, trancey sort of feel. If this song was like 10 or 20 BPM higher, it would definitely fall into the list of techno like trance. Like it's absolutely that sound. It's just a little slower, like tempo wise. What I don't love about your drop is that the vocals, be the one you always swear, that I don't think it needed to start right away. Honestly, I don't think that it needed to appear immediately. I think all of your glitches and all of your like all of those pulsing like drops and not drops, but all of those pulsing like high end accents, I think those things are cool. I think you could leave them in, but the actual be the one you always will, I don't necessarily know that it needs to be right at the beginning of the drop. It, if anything, it takes away a little bit of tension, in my opinion. I understand introducing it halfway through. Not from the beginning. I don't know if from the beginning it kind of bothers me. The hi-hats there makes total sense. Just mathematically, it's like it's kind of the place to put them, and I get it. I would turn them way down in the mix though, because again, there's nothing going on in your high end. It doesn't need to be that loud in this part. Don't get me wrong, if you have other elements that come in later with high end, you're going to want to turn them up. But like for this particular section, I'd drop them way down in the mix. Jeltder, thank you very much for coming back, my dude. What's up? Welcome back, dude. Yeah, too much hi-hat, I think. I think it's my problem for this section here. I would want the snare to come in at this point, because otherwise there's no real novelty, there's no real element here, and the song is kind of stagnating at this point. It's like it's rising, crazy drop, and then it stays there. Yeah. Even with your synth variations here, I still think that a rhythmic change would be nice at this point. Not necessarily like a deviation from the 4 to the floor, not necessarily removing of your hi-hats, but maybe an addition, like a snare or like a snap or a clap. Maybe a clap, if anything. Maybe a clap. Cool synth though, dude. That background synth. Love that. Really good variation. I like that. I'll say what I like and I say what I don't like, but that I like. At this point, it becomes too cloudy. There's too much things going on. No problem, Big D. Take off and take care of yourself, my dude. We'll see you soon. Thanks for stopping by, as always. It's always appreciative of you to mod when you're here. So thanks for that. Thanks. Have a great rest of your stream. Thank you very much. And we'll see you on the next one, man. Take care of yourself. Have a great week. We'll probably not see you until the weekend. So have a great week. Take care, dude. Yeah, there's like way too much going on in this section. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable. Again, maybe that might have a different effect live, but it's just uncomfortable how much is going on in this section. Even though it's all technically audible, I don't know what to focus on, and I think that the first thing that would need to go is the be the one. I don't necessarily need it anymore. I've heard it many times, repeated over and over. We're good. We got it. especially when you're going to have your other vocals. Take your other vocals away. The be the one doesn't need to happen at the same time as the I wanna be the one. Like, they don't need to both exist at the same time. Even stick it in between as much as you want. But like, while she's singing, while that female voice is singing, take that shit out, dude. Leave some room for it. Otherwise, it's like, what's the point? Or rather, you have to be the one. Yeah, their vocals are sort of being sandwiched between those distorted vocals, and it's kind of taking away from the effect of those vocals coming in. Feels like it's been building towards something, Pfeffin. Yeah, but what? It's building towards what? Because then there's the break. Like, again, be the one, while the singing the I wanna be the one. It's like, does she want to be the one, or are you saying to be the one? Like, you know what I mean? Like, which are we going with here? Both of them at the same time is a little ADD, if you will. And I have ADD, diagnosed ADD and ADHD, took by Fenton as a kid and everything, so I know what it is. And even with my diverted attention span and my ability to hyper-focus on individual elements in a capacity that most people I know are not able to, it's still too much for me. Again, you've chosen to skip this section of your song, so I won't analyze it, but I think that a break from the rhythm, a break from the high end, and a break from that low end pulsing would have been nice. It doesn't sound like you've given enough of a break in this section, but I'm assuming. I'm just going to skim through this a little. Nice. Breaking up the chord progression is a good idea. So changing up the chords, adding in different kinds of energy in that section, it's a good idea in theory. I just think that if you are going to have a very dead section here, like a very a low down and intense section without density, then this dense bridge will work much better for you. But in this case, we have density, we have a little break, and then we have more density, and then it's like your drop is almost a break from the density, and it's still kind of dense. I will say this, I don't hate the vocals starting on this drop from the start as much as I dislike it on the first drop. I think that on the first drop you can do with a little bit more space without that be the one, you know we will, whatever you're saying. And I think that at this point on this drop, the fact that it starts on the one is fine. I don't have a problem with it. But again, we're going from dense intro, dense drop, dense bridge, dense second drop. Let's see what else is in store. Again, it's funny, your hi-hats might be very well at the same level on this section as they are at this drop here. They might very well be at the same level, but it just feels more appropriate here. It feels like it should arrive to this point, but at this point it should be a little lower. Maybe, again, what we said before about, I forget whose track we started, one of the first tracks that we did today. You're going to want to take a marble block and chisel away at it until you have something that is more appropriate. I think what you're doing is you're chiseling away just the right amount for this section, but you haven't chiseled away enough from your first drop because it is dense, and I think that it's loud in some elements that are not welcome as much as in the second drop. Like I said, I'm hearing elements of this second drop that I heard in the first drop, and they sound identical. And while I would have a problem with that, it just sounds like that's where they should be in this section, and they should just either be removed or mixed way back in this section. But again, it's been said, so I'll keep moving. A welcome addition, though. I will say that with that synth, bam, bam, wow, bam, bam, that modern talking style sounding like, what's it called? Like a plucky sound, almost like a distorted plucking sound, almost synth. I like the sound of that very much in that. Time to hydrate. Everybody pick up their water bottles and take a swig with me. It's bin time. Thanks, Skills. I appreciate that. Thanks for looking out. DJ Feffin, as a mainstream open format DJ, I'm never getting to that second drop. 4 minutes is a long time for my crowds. Well, I will say this in Krayos' defense, Feffin. This is not exactly mainstream DJ material. I know you said open format, and that may imply multiple genres, but for tech house and for like dark bass style shows, I've heard songs go into the third drop even, and it sounds appropriate for a live audience of that nature where they're like raving out, basically, where there's a lot of ketamine going on in the audience, if you know what I'm talking about. Ketamine was fun while it lasted, but rip. Yeah, when there's a lot of like that ravey sort of sequence, people like that kind of repetition. So I can't necessarily say that the song is too long for that crowd. But you have a point. For mainstream audiences and for mainstream DJs who are wanting to play tracks like this because they slap nice and hard and they're like very dark and very deep and gritty, they're never going to get to that second drop, Krayos, which again, it's like, in your defense, your genre of DJ might not, or might still get there, but in Feffin's case, like, even if he wanted to play a song like this, he wouldn't be honoring your full track just because there's so much to it so far. And I don't necessarily think that it needs to be 6.5 minutes, this song, man. Like, I think that the little editing is in order. I think you could whittle it down to 5.5 minutes, easily. A minute shaved off of this track will do wonders for its feel, if I'm not mistaken. It'll also force you to build the track a little bit more strategically, rather than sort of depending on repetition to, like, create the tension. Creating the tension through arrangement might actually be a more strategic approach for you and your songwriting. Just a thought. Okay, so here's a thought that I had about this. When I heard this, I was like, oh, that's nice. I like that change. And it is the change that you have in your bridge. I would have liked to hear one bar of that that different chord progression somewhere halfway in between your first drop. Just hinting towards it. Just saying like, back to the beat. Like, just to say that you include like a little un clin d'oeil, as they say in French, a wink to what's coming. I would have liked a teaser of this in this section. But again, that's just my personal opinion. Because the thing is, this is why I wanted to say that. Because the thing is that if you tease this section in this section, and you only do half of this drop is what you had in your first drop, then the second half of the drop being that entire section makes more melodic sense to me. In that, like, you've given us the impression that this section here will come back later. And while it does in the bridge, it doesn't come back in a drop capacity. And I think I love it in a drop capacity. I love it with some heavy bass behind it. It sounds good. I just think that in order to create in order to make this make sense, a little teaser of this would have had to exist in this drop, just to say. a little more open, a little bit less dark and gritty maybe. But yeah, that would be my opinion. Again, your main vocals could come way up on this. I wanna be the one. Could come a little bit higher on that. Good interplay between the two, though. The vocals coming in and the melody stepping off, and then the melody coming back in and the vocals stepping off. It's a good interplay. I like that very much. Is harmonies an option for you, Kreos? Is like creating harmonies from that vocal sample an option? I don't know if you have a program for it or if you know how to like pitch up accordingly. I think that maybe vocal harmonies would be like a welcome change, like a little bit of a difference in the vocals that isn't too different. I think it might be a good idea. I wanna be the one. Good outro. Either way, good outro. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah, Kreos, I think that it's not that I'm a reference in any of these genres. I just think a good song is a good song. And I think to a certain extent, if it's repetitive, okay, there should be a reason for it to remain repetitive in that sense. And if it's telling a story in its repetition, that's fine. But I just think repeating the same elements over and over just to create more space in your song is a poor strategy for tension. As I said, I think that creating arrangements that make that tension is far more efficient and is far more relatable to audiences. I personally think you could shave this song down by a minute easily, a minute and a half possibly, and you would have a richer song for it because you would be forced to arrange in a format that is efficient rather than like podcast. This is like the podcast equivalent of a techno song. Do you know what I mean? And again, I've said it before, I don't necessarily know these genres. I just know that by minute 6, give me something new. Give me something that's not just a subtlety. Give me something different. So that chord progression is a really good example. A change in a chord progression, it's a good example. But if you're like, let's go back to this section here. In 2 minutes, at minute 2, from to minute 2, the only real like audible difference of anything would be the hi-hats. I mean, yeah, there are those little accents, but like the only constant repetitious change that there are is the hi-hats in 1 minute. Yeah, this song is made for live, for sure. This is like, but this would be the VIP mix. And that's okay. You can have a VIP mix, but you're going to probably want to like cut this down and you know, squeeze all of the good juice out of it and then leave behind everything that is not necessary. Because what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to have audiences hear this song, play it over and over and over in their speakers at home, in their car, on the way home, on the way to work, whatever the fuck. And then when you go live and you give them even more out of this song, they're like, oh, I've never heard this version. What the fuck? But I think, yeah, you need to edit this version first in order to get them excited in the live context. That said, you're mixing in terms of like a live thing. Again, it's there's a lot of dense parts that I would maybe chop down and be selective about what elements are going to appear in this mix. But it's well mixed in that all the frequencies are coming out in the place that they should. The bass is shaking my face. That's great. The kick, it's nice and poppy. It's nice and thwacky. It's a little bit different from most techno that I've heard, which with a low, like a low pass bass. So it's nice. It's nice. I think it could be nicer. Would be my opinion for this. But that said, Kreos, it's still a very good song. It's still like well composed and well thought out. I just think that to a certain extent, it has potential for growth in the in that you should concentrate your mix so that it doesn't sort of stagnate halfway through, and then you create some of your deviations. I think that those deviations should be hinted at in your song earlier on, so that we have a raison d'être, like a reason to exist in a way, a reason for this song to exist. Not that it doesn't have a reason to exist. It's certainly, it's banging. It's like it's a techno. It's sort of like the masterpiece kind of ideal, which is like, you're not doing this for the most people. You're doing this for the people that like it the most. And I respect that, but you can have both. I think you could do both. I think you could create a masterpiece that is for as many people that can appreciate it as possible. But that's just my own opinion. Either way, Kraos, I thank you for sharing the track with us today. I thank you for trusting us with it, for letting us comment on it and letting us listen to it all together. For that, I'm greatly appreciative. And on that note, we're going to move to the next one. Just some skills. Was good, motherfucker. Just some skills. Sounds like a really good hook. So this song is still a whip, even though it's on SoundCloud. First song with a really deep meaning I've done. I know the mix is rough. I want to redo the mix from scratch with the knowledge I have now and redo some vocals. Okay, we'll keep that in mind. Quick, dumb question. What is the random select hotkey in piano roll FL Studio? Someone help this bitch out, because I do not know. I am not FL competent. So, everyone listening or watching, what is the random select hotkey in piano roll of FL Studio? Someone help this brother out. He's looking to find a shortcut in FL Studio. Someone, anyone, please scream. Oops. No clue. I don't use hotkeys in FL. I'm a caveman. Oh, feels better. I'll let bang rocks together till I make fire. Yeah, I know what you mean by that. That was me for a long time with a lot of different DAWs. A lot. All right. Well, Jelter, while you wait for an answer, I'm going to just continue on right here. Fire. Speaking of fire, Just the Singer. You love that segue. You know it. Let's listen to this track. This is Free by Just the Singer. No more hesitation. Let's just fucking get in on it. Let's go.
Wicked stares and tones of good, promises that everything's gonna be alright. A group united to stand as one, though only accepted if you say they're right. You close my eyes so I can't see, lost, impaired, blocked from reality. This don't feel right. You comfort me with cloaks of thorns woven with deceit. Time is changing, life is fading from what it was. Now this is free. Friendships turn to enemies, differences spark energy. Fights arise, they try to hide, have us connected separately. Every message spoken is the same, over our heads gone with the wind. We pick, we choose, contradiction
Okay. Decent arrangement. I got a couple of details, a couple of cuts that I would make. DJ Pfefferman, I haven't used FL since it was called Fruity Loops. Sorry, no help here. Yeah, I remember when it was called Fruity Loops too. Shout out in the chat if you're over 30. Key clashes in a few places on the vocals, I think. I like the song. Vocal needs some work. Yeah, there was one spot in particular where I was like, oh, and oop. I didn't hear many more except for the one at the end. I'm going to go through it though. Yeah, so I mean, the overall thing I would say, I guess, is that your mix is obvious. Like, you're going to redo your mix, so I won't spend much time talking about mix. I'll mention it sometimes if I notice something in particular is like is particularly offensive. I guess not offensive, but you know what I mean. But overall, the mix is over compressed for sure. It's definitely pumping. Your compressors are your master compressors are pumping a little bit too heavy. Well, while your vocals do stand out for the most part in the entire track, that's really what's important, and that's what I was afraid of losing, but it didn't happen, so I'll give you props for that. Your vocals do stand out throughout the track, but that's pretty much the only thing that stands out besides the drums. And even the drums, sometimes they get sucked back in by that compressor, so, but again, you're aware of that. So we're not going to spend much time talking about that. Let's see here. So first thing there, I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. With lower chords, with the lower notes on a piano, specifically on a nice dense piano, it sounds like a Yamaha grand piano sample, and it sounds really nice too. On chords like that, when you're doing, let's see, piano. F sharp, what a great key. So on those kind of low chords, when you're like building the low chords, it's weird because the chords themselves, the minor and the major, they don't clash the same way as when you're playing them on higher. When you're playing something like... Like the way the vibrations beat together is a little more pleasant, and that's just because the lower chords themselves, they vibrate slower. So the way that they beat together is a little more awkward and a little bit less pleasant than with the higher chords played. So you're playing these notes here. So like you're playing the bow, 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 bow. Like that, those notes, when you're playing them not synonymously, but in synchronicity, they're sort of creating this like low rumbly noise that is unpleasant, and that doesn't really give you the chord that you're looking for, because when you're playing this one, it implies the next one you're actually playing. So you're playing the... Man, I'm good at keyboards. So that's your chord progression. Is like that's like the chord progression that you're playing, and this here. So should I EQ it? Because emphasis on I don't make my beats. Oh, right. Shit. That's hard to fix. That's harder to fix. No, you shouldn't EQ it. That'll sound worse. Crap. I'm trying to think of like what to do. No, because then if you're trying to create your own piano melody line, you're going to have to like match the sound of your piano with that piano, and that in and of itself is going to be a nightmare. Then playing the same velocities over it is going to be another nightmare. Oh my God. I don't know what to do here, man. I would... Is that piano? Is this track, at least the way you mixed it? Is it all like separate stems at least? Like that's my first question, I guess. Oh God, it's all a stereo. Oh man, oh my God. There's not much to do. You got to just kind of live with it. Oh man, I don't like that at all. The control that I was gonna ask, like, is your bass and your treble piano separated? But like even worse than that, the entire file is one stereo wave file. I've stumped him, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, because like, how are you supposed to improve upon that melodically? You got to just rewrite the piano. You're kind of stuck with it, dude. It's unfortunate, but like, if I was writing this song, I would have heard that right away and go like, nope, wrong chords to play on that piano. Okay, well, moving on, I suppose. Moving on to the next point. Pretend I didn't say anything. I just don't like that much. That's my personal opinion.
Wicked stares and tones of good, promises that everything's gonna be alright.
Funny that the overcompression in this section works better than I thought it would, actually, with your vocals too standing out in the mix a little bit more. I actually kind of don't mind it as much. It's in the later sections that it bothers me a little more.
Promises that everything's gonna be alright.
You can try splitting the track into a bass side and a treble side. I've done that when people send in vocals on a stereo track. It might work. It's the first thought I had, Feffin. I was thinking exactly that. I've done it even further with bass, low mid, high mid, and treble. It's possible. It's so much work. It's so much work to make. I mean, stereo. Obviously, bass and treble will be a little bit less work, but even that bass, even if you say split the middle ground and you say bass, mid, treble, it's so much work to get those frequency channels to stand out and to sit back at the same time. Like, getting that balance point is so difficult. Like, let's say you were to go about it that way, skills, like what you would do is essentially you would low pass your low end. So you would scoop out everything below 150, 200. Maybe even if you're like, okay, let's go easy mode. Let's go what Feffin says. You scoop out everything below 1K on your bass channel, and then you scoop out everything above or everything below. Yeah, you leave everything below 1K on your bass channel, and you leave everything above 1K on your mid channel, but not even 1K because that's your main piano range. Oh my God! See, this is my point. Even the crossover, Feffin, if finding the right crossover in and of itself for a bass and treble is hard enough to do. That in and of itself, like I'm saying 1K just because that's like middle range, but it could be 2K, it could be 800, but like the piano is right in the middle of those frequencies. So like even if you were to scoop out at 500, even if you were to cross over at 500, you're losing a little bit of that piano juice. But I'd say honestly, I'd say I don't think you'd have a choice but to go like separating your bass, your mids, and your treble. I think you would go 500 and below, 500 to like 5,000, or maybe 500 to 2,500 rather, would be your mid channel, and then 2,500 upwards would be your high end channel. And even that, you're limiting yourself. That's why I go usually 4-band. But man, oh, it's going to be so much work to do that, and you have to have a knowledge of mixing in and of itself because you're basically breaking the rules of mixing to reapply the rules of mixing. It's a complicated process, and if you're willing to embark upon that quest, skills, be ready to like not get the sound you're looking for a long time until you practice that technique for that track. Hey buddy, can I send one more? Usually it's one track per day. We're gonna see. What I'm gonna do here, Pseudo, is I'm gonna finish just some skills, and I'm gonna do DJ Feffin's track. If there's no one left in the queue, that's no problem. But that said, I'm gonna wait until other people can join. And if they do by that time, then that's cool. But if they don't, if they don't by that time, then that's cool. We'll do your second track. But if we do get other submissions, I prioritize those, unfortunately. But I appreciate your understanding. We'll work on the song. Sweet. Yeah. That is, again, just some skills. That is something that would take a lot of work to like separate out your bass, your mids, and your trebles. Even just your bass and your trebles. Deciding where the crossover is going to be a nightmare in and of itself. It's almost more worth it. I'd probably try 500-ish, then throw Pro Q on it and try to remove the stereo from the bass side and play with knobs till I finish all my weed and close. Yeah. Essentially, it's like that would be what I would do too. I'd be smoking nervously in front of the computer, going like, "Why isn't it working?" It's like, yeah, essentially exactly what I would do. Be nervously smoking while I try and figure out what the fuck it is. But 500 is the good place because you have piano, and everything above 500 is super important to a piano. Like everything above 500 is important for a piano. Okay, we're gonna focus less though on, as I said, I said we wouldn't focus on the mix, and I've been obsessing about the mix since the beginning. So now I will genuinely try and switch gears and focus just on your vocals skills. Let's go.
A group united to stand as one, though only accepted if you say they're right. You close my eyes, so
that harmony. I see what you're meaning now, Feffin. That harmony is clashing. Let me hear it back again for a second.
a group united to stand as one, though only accepted if you say they're right. You close my eyes.
You close your eyes. So yeah, that second chord. So the first chord is a nice big F sharp. You close my eyes. That's good, but your harmony is clashing a little bit there.
You say they're right. You close my eyes.
Also, your harmony is like you close my eyes. You close my eyes. You hear how those two are weird? The note I'm singing is and the note that's being played in your chords, the straight up D. So I would change that harmony a little bit. I would probably go like, you close my eyes, na, na, na. I think.
Say they're right. You close my eyes so I can't see.
The second part though, dropping down to that D flat is good though. You close my eyes, I'm wrong and see. I like it transitioning to the A, personally. Better. You close my eyes, yeah, so I like it transitioning towards the D flat because that's your A major's third. So yeah, that's good, that's fine.
Lost, impaired, blocked from reality.
That sounds nice.
This don't feel right.
Same comment.
You comfort me.
Yeah, I wouldn't go low there. You're going, you close my eyes and comfort me. You're not adding as much vocal richness to that section as I would like by doing the the dropping down to the tonic, well, not the tonic rather, but by dropping down to the notes that you're playing. Dropping me. It's not exactly the same vocal approach that I would have taken personally.
With cloaks of thorns woven with the sea. Time is changing.
So this is just a songwriter's note here. Your pre-chorus, I would have kept it for your second chorus. There's no real reason for it to exist twice. Because the first time you do it here, it's fine, okay. The second time you do it, it's the same. And then I'm like, it feels like something should have evolved there. It should be twice as long or something. And the third time you do it, it changes, and that's good because it's higher up and you're doing higher notes. Can you play any higher notes? Tenacious D. So yeah, you're doing higher notes there, and that makes more sense to me. But the first time it exists, the thing that's happening is two bad things are happening by including this pre-chorus here. First of all, you're creating an opportunity for repetition in that pre-chorus in your second chorus, post-chorus, not a pre-chorus, a post-chorus. I've been saying pre-chorus. In this post-chorus, you're creating an opportunity for repetition with your second post-chorus, so that's bad. The other thing is, you're not giving us a taste of the chorus in the first one. Because this chorus arrives so early, by 40 seconds, we're already in chorus 1. That's good. That's very poppy of you. That's fine. I have no problem with that. Better to arrive sooner rather than later. So that's good. But because it arrives so soon, you don't need to give the full chorus. You don't need to give the full chorus experience, including its post-chorus. So what I would have cut is this.
Clips of thorns woven with the sea.
Right to there. Wounds of thorns, woven without sing. That would have been my move. Cut that first post-chorus. Create the what else you got later, not now. Good riff. Okay, I know that this will be less of a problem. I don't know if there's a way. I don't think that there's a way. I don't know if there's a way to just remove that guitar, to just like let it linger on the, because that would have been a much better transition from your like next verse's build to the next verse, instead of playing the full guitar. But then again, you have other elements here, and I don't necessarily think it'll be easy enough for you to be able to like cut the guitar other than re-recording it essentially. But if you re-record it, then it's going to sound weird. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do here. It's unfortunate. When you buy your tracks, usually you buy the option to buy the stems of your tracks. It's not always just a stereo thing. So again, my recommendation, I guess, here just would be like, see if you can get the stems from the producer who sent you this, because no, you don't have to be that rich. The song is created. You could just ask for the producer to stem out the original tracks. You're not asking him to necessarily remix it for you. You're asking for the option to mix it yourself, because he has a lot of good ideas in here, but a lot of underdeveloped good ideas, like things where, fuck, that guitar note should have sustained into your thing. Costs more for a stemmed lease? For real? I mean, I guess, yeah, because it's more work, but fuck. Whatever. We're going to move along.
Friendships turn to enemies.
Well, dude, that's a symptom of the problem in and of itself here, Skills. Maybe buy less beats and buy more good ones. Because I've heard a lot of these problems with a lot of the tracks that you've bought. I'm like, I wish that the producer would have done this. I wish that the producer would have done that. Maybe stop buying so many beats and start focusing on the ones that you like, buying the stems, and then working on the ones that you like. Because, like, why buy so many if you're going to have not the most of what you can make of it? There's no... I'm sorry, I have music making ADHD. So do I! So do I! Oh my God! If I show you my folders and how many are unfinished, oh my God! So many. So fucking many. But I make them myself. So my music making ADHD is sort of self-sufficient. Whereas yours seems to be costing you seems to be costing you like the option to make your music your own. So tune your music making ADHD. Tune it so that you can have it, but focus it. Because people with ADHD, like I said in this stream already, people with ADHD lack the capacity to focus on just one thing at a time. But when they focus on one thing at a time, they are fucking hyper-focused, transfixed on one thing, and to the point where the entire rest of the world does not matter. It ignores. Here's a good example of that, Skills. When you sing karaoke, you go in there and everything else but the song that you're singing doesn't exist. Yes, okay, you pay attention to the audience in front of you. Yes, okay, you pay attention to the sound of your voice reverberating. Yes, you pay attention to the music, the song that's coming through the monitor, if there is a monitor at this karaoke. Yes, but the point is you're hyper-focused on all of the elements of one thing, and that one thing is you singing this song. I want you to apply that hyper-focusing capacity to each song and think, can I make this song better with my ideas or with Mike's ideas as well? Because, I can help. And if not, why should I buy it? Hi, my name is Fef and I'm a vinyl addict. I mean, yeah, I'm starting to get into vinyls as well. I'm just starting to join that train, but I'm trying to be very, very careful about it. So, but I get it. My buddy Hugo, actually, this guy who's getting me into vinyls. Hold on, I'll find his face. This guy, this motherfucker here, this literal person that I snipped and turned into an emote with his permission, by the way. He totally said it's okay. He's the guy who's getting me into vinyls right now, and he has a collection worth thousands at this point. His Discogs account is fucking blowing up. It's crazy. And that's because he's a collector and he started collecting a long time ago. In any case, I get it. And I get the point of collecting beats, Skills, but I think that it is far more valuable to collect the ones you like. Rather collect the ones you love, not just the ones you like, and then create things that you love even more from those, or just start building your own beats. Just start recording some shit. Just start putting some shit into a mixing project. Start somewhere. You got to start somewhere. Otherwise, you're going to be depending on everyone else to make your music, and sometimes it's just a pain in the ass. Between me and my DJ partner, we have basement full, probably 50 to 60 crates. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I have a lot of guitars. That's ridiculous. But you're DJs, so I mean, like, I get it. I totally get it. And by the way, if you mix vinyl live, you're a badass. You're a badass. I just want to say, if you mix vinyl live, you're a fucking badass. So respect to you for that. And I understand the need for 50 to 60 vinyl crates. I get it, because you're mixing vinyl live, and that makes you a badass. And badasses have 50 to 60 vinyl crates. Okay, let's continue here, vocally speaking. I do, but it's Serato these days. Well, still counts for something. Don't mind me just on TikTok. I'm never not gonna remember that. I'm not scratching up my stuff. Neck kind of hurts. You're an asshole. I'm not scratching up my stuff. I totally get that. I totally get that, Fef. It's things are valuable, especially vinyls. Rise! Welcome back to the queue, my friend. Welcome back to the chat. I appreciate you joining us, my dude. Thank you very much. All right, let's continue with Just the Singer's track here.
Difference. Friendships turn to enemies. Differences spark energy. Fights arise, they try to hide. Have us connected separately. Every message spoken is the same. Over our heads, gone with the wind. We pick, we choose. Contradiction is all we seem to do. Feels like we always lose. You close my eyes.
So I'm having trouble deciding if I like this verse more than the first one, but I think I like your first verse more.
Everything's gonna be alright. Differences spark energy. Fights arise, they try to hide. Have us connected separately. Every message spoken is the same. Over our heads, gone with the wind. We pick, we choose. Contradiction is all we seem to do. Feels like we always lose.
I feel like it's a little dense vocally. It's just a lot of lyrics thrown at me all at once. And I think, to be honest, I'm not a fan always of the lyrics that you've written in this section. I'm not a huge fan of all of them. Some of them seem a little bit on the nose. So I'm wondering if there would have been a better way to make those lyrics a little more concise and a little more a little less to the point and a little more imaginative, like visually imaginative, something that sparks emotions rather than thoughts. But I'm having a hard time coming up with it right now. I'll be honest with you.
Your eyes, they try to hide. Have us connected separately. Every message spoken is the same. Over our heads, gone with the wind. We pick, we choose. Contradiction is all we seem to do. Feels like we always lose. You close my eyes.
Yeah. I would like to take a look at these lyrics a little more in depth, honestly, and maybe see if we could come up with something a little more pleasant to behold, if you will. But I'm having a hard time thinking about it right now. The second chorus, I think I'm going to have the same problems as the first chorus.
So I can't see. Lost, impaired, blocked from reality. This don't feel right. You comfort me with cloaks of thorns woven with deceit. Time is changing, life is fading from what it was. Now this is free.
Okay. I see what the thing is here. The post-chorus, pitch-wise, is lower than the chorus, so the energy goes, woo. It comes down a little bit. I think you can solve that with a higher harmony. Maybe even multiple harmonies at that point. Because you have, you close my eyes, which is, it's your tonic, actually. It's the root note, F sharp. Yeah. You close my eyes. And then the highest note that you sing in your post-chorus
Is changing, life is fading from what it was. Now this is free.
the highest note that you play, or that you sing rather in that section, is the B. And that sounds like it's the lowest note, or one of the two lowest notes in your chorus is the highest note in your post-chorus. So basically your vocal pitch-wise is like staying high, and then it comes down. Yeah, but I did it to mimic the sadness of the end of the chorus, like metaphor or something. I don't know the word. I understand that's, I figured you're trying to like emphasize sadness. While the main melody can do that, I would say the peripherals around the main melody have to keep your energy, because otherwise all the hard work that you've done to like maintain this sort of beautiful balance between tension and release is kind of being undermined by this time will take them. So I would say probably on that section, time will take them, la, 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 and but in this is free. So like that last phrase going down, there's nothing wrong with that. But during the first two sections. Let me just listen to the right harmonies.
Time is changing, life is fading from what it was. Now this is free.
Yeah, so I'm gonna need a harmony, a higher harmony on that section. What that will do, it's gonna be mixed as far back as your first harmony here, and what that will do is we'll create that subconscious effect of we're maintaining the energy that we have in the first section, but your main melody still can go down, so it still creates that sadness. You're just not losing momentum or energy. So time will change it, or even if you wanted to go higher.
Time is changing, life is fading.
You could even go like, time is changing, life is fading. It still works harmonically. And again, it's a harmony. So your main melody should be louder than that harmony, but don't lose your energy because it's your chorus. The down of the energy should come after the chorus, if it does at all, which it will here, which I'm okay with. But I think everything aside from this is free.
Now this is free.
Now this is free. Couldn't stay without harmonies. Even though I think I heard one after all, but I would leave it without, honestly.
No more choice, silenced voice, a sacred place, ripped and torn.
And that's actually nice because in the chorus, if you were to keep a high harmony on that post-chorus, when you repeat that melodic, because you're singing the same melody in this post-chorus, in this bridge, I suppose is the bridge. When you sing that alone on its own, it has even more impact because you've sang it alone here and you've sang it alone here. They're sort of same. Whereas if you sing it with a harmony here, the alone section sounds more solemn and even more sad than you were going for. Even sadder than you were going for. So I think that would be a good strategy for you.
A sacred place, ripped and torn, blood spilled down, homes destroyed, children dying, how many more?
I heard a fucking Evanescence fill there, man. I wanted the oh man, I wanted the Evanescence fill there. I wanted something much more intense there. Sorry, dude. I gotta play it. Bro, my other keyboard darkens when I'm watching something and brightens up when I go to type. That's cool as fuck. That is cool as fuck. I wish I had a keyboard like that. I just have this boring ass Mac keyboard. That is fucking wicked. Let me just play this fill that I heard in for this part. But again, it doesn't matter. I just want to play it because I'm a musician.
Sacred place, ripped and torn, blood spilled down, homes destroyed, children dying, how many more?
I had to do it. It's like, it sounds so much juicier than this fill. No offense, but yeah, you know, fucking, I gotta play.
And torn, blood spilled down, homes destroyed, children dying, how many more?
Or something, whatever. Like, I just stop buying beats from other people. Pay me to be your producer. I don't understand what the problem is. Just let me write everything for you. I could quit a job. I just got a new job this week. Literally yesterday was my first day. I can quit my job and be your full-time producer. What is the problem here? Stop giving other people your money. I'll do a better job. Although I'll say, whoever you bought this beat from is a good guitarist, because that is a good solo. I don't have anything to say about the solo. I was listening to it, I was like, oh, okay, that's actually pretty good. I like that. That's pretty nice. So let's just enjoy that.
How many more?
There. You know I heard it there. You know I heard that there, Skills. Like this right here. This don't feel right. Like it's this offbeat. It's this off pitch. You're not off the pitch. You're just singing the leading tone instead of the. You're singing the seventh instead of the flat. Rather, you're singing the major seventh instead of the minor seventh. And I need you to sing the minor seventh at that point.
Don't feel right. You comfort me.
But kudos to go up on that section, honestly. Kudos for raising up on that last chorus. It needs that energy.
Cloaks of thorns woven with the sea. Time is changing.
Oh, you could have put the original octave, like the time is changing, as a layer on this section. It would work, and I would even say add your harmony that I would say you should add on this section here. Add that harmony. So you got the time is changing. All of those together, it's the time for a wall of harmonies. Just, you got to do that. You have it in there, I think it's too low.
Time is changing. Life is fading from what
Inaudible.
it was. Now this is free.
Again, this is free. Now this is free could stay without a harmony. It could stay on its own. It has that impact, and I like it solo on its own. But yeah, the rest has at least the octave and one harmony, if not two harmonies in the octave. You got to do it. You got to do it. Sudom just joined the queue. That's cool, dude. But like I said, if other people join, I'm going to put them just ahead of you in the queue. I'm going to keep scooching you backwards because I prioritize those who have not submitted a track yet. That said, yeah, sure. Be in the queue. There's no problem with that. As long as we're clear, like, usually it's one track per day. Okay. There's no reason to talk anymore about this track because the rest is not under your control. The only thing that I could say is maybe if you wanted to. Now this is free. It's an easy one. It's like one you could just throw in there. It won't have much of an effect, and it won't have much of a time cost, and it'll have more of an impact at this section. So yeah, if you want it to go like now this is free on your low octave in this section, that would be nice. I think that's just my opinion. That said, Skills, Just the Singer. Should I call you Just? Should I call you Skills? Should I call you the Singer? To whom do I speak? Let me know. I think I'm about to re-record this now, honestly. Try doing it without some auto-tune. How about that? Because I'm hearing that pitch correction. I'm Josh. Oh, Josh. I'll try and remember that. Because I didn't know if I should refer to you as Just, Skills, or the Singer. But you know what? Josh works fine, Josh. Thank you, Josh. I appreciate your submission, Josh. As always, Josh. I ain't Joshin'. This was 3 months ago. I'm better now. I promise. I believe you. I just want to hear it. I just want to hear it. I want to hear it in your tracks. I want to hear it in the progress that you show me. And, you know, feel free to keep submitting some old projects. I don't have a problem with that necessarily. But that said, I think the track is good. I think it has a lot of meaning. I think it has a lot of opportunity. It could be, again, a pop banger. It could very well sound really nice. I just think stop paying people for your beats and make them come to me. Okay. We can work together, yeah? Make you better beats than you'll ever imagine. Cool. Yay. All right. But as always, Josh, thank you very much for your submissions. I'm looking forward to the next one that you come to submit. And I'm looking forward to hearing your voice again, dude, because I actually really like the timbre of your voice. I've said it before. You're a great singer. And I'm a fan. So, well done. We're going to go next. DJ Feffin. What up, my dude? The Vinylholic. The Vinylholic. I think that's a good term. I could be wrong. You guys realize that we're 7 subs away from me shaving my entire fucking face. And also 7 subs away from 100 subs in a month, which in and of itself is the mind-blowing part. But yeah, I mean, actually that's more mind-blowing than me shaving. But it's still fucking crazy to me that there's 93 subs in a month. It's fucking nuts. That's crazy. Anywho, let's hear what we got here. Normally make vinyl sampled old school hip hop. Been trying other stuff. Ad break. We're gonna play the ad song. All right, ad song over. Yeah, Feffin, I was playing the TikTok break. Be right back. I deserve it. I deserve it all. I'll take it on the chin. Oof, don't quote me on that. Okay, so Feffin, here we go with your song, my dude. We're going to listen to it fully. We're going to hear what's going on with it. And yeah. Then we're going to comment on it. So, without further ado, Feffin's track, 80s Work in Progress. Need a singer for this? Well, I am for hire.
Yeah, what he's saying is...
and that's 3 minutes. Yep, if you want to hear the rest of DJ Feffen's song, somebody gift him a sub, or DJ Feffen himself can subscribe for sure, but that is the extent of a follower or free listeners listening opportunities, but I'm assuming that it did repeat somewhat consistently after that. I'm assuming that that's the case because it was sort of the trend, which is sort of my comment about it here. A little Feff is we've got a lot of repetition, and I know that it's missing the lead vocalist to add a lot of that variation, but I am hearing a lot of repetition. Like it's almost like I want new elements musically to come out of this mix. That's not happening. But let's listen to it section from section.
Yeah, what he's saying is.
I would almost have liked like a sweeping riser, something a little subtle and maybe background, not super like dominating where it like takes over the guitar, but something that just almost hovers in just like a quick sweep. The reason I let it play this long because I wanted to see if the bass was going to change up at all, but it did not. Oh shit, Kbrus87, thanks so much for the follow. Appreciate that very, very much. Very kind of you. So, yeah, I think. Oh, Runix, hey, welcome to the chat. Joining the queue, which will put you ahead of Pseudo here, as established. Kbrus87 also coming in with the join. Appreciate that very much, my dude. Thanks for the follow and for the join. We'll get to you after a couple. Usually, I hear you usually make things repetitive till I get someone on it, then start doing drops, etc. around the vocals. That workflow makes total sense to me, by the way. Like, it makes sense. I would say maybe baseline-wise, though, I would have wanted it to, like, almost follow the guitars at least 1 out of 4 times. Because I repeated it 4 times here. So, like, the pedaling on the... that is B. Yes! Yes! I don't have perfect pitch. I have the relative ear, but I love to guess the key right. But that was B. So pedaling, the bass pedaling on the B. That's cool. And then it switches. It goes to the G, rather the A, and then it goes to the E. Yeah, that's cool. It's a little bit off from the actual chords that the guitar is playing, and that variation in and of itself is nice. But then in the repeat, it comes back to the pedaling. Pedaling on the B. But at this point, I think I would have liked it for the bass to go. So like every 4, essentially, I would like for the bass to follow the guitar almost wholeheartedly, just to create a variation in that bass line. Because otherwise it's just the bass line going back and forth. And I think subconsciously that will in and of itself, first of all, define what a loop is, like one full 8-bar loop. Because, yeah, let me count how many bars it's pedals. Okay, pedals for 2, and then it goes to the A, E. Let me just play this out, actually, because I'm very curious as to what my... whoops, don't whip your guitars with a 1/4-inch jack, ladies and gentlemen. That's a pro tip from your local, from your friendly studio engineer. Let's hear what it sounds like. Yeah, okay, hold on.
Yeah, what he's saying is.
So maybe on the fourth one, go like. Yeah, I think every 4 that would be a nice welcome change in that bass line, personally, because again, it's doing the same twice. That pedaling on the beat, it's nice. It's creating a nice like roots where like. See the bassist live playing that. That's cool. And then he goes kind of on the chord progression of the guitar. That's cool too. And then he comes back to I wanna let you go. You don't have to play that fancy the play on octaves or anything, but I would say it would be a break. It would definitely allow for the loop itself to feel more fresh, and the repetition of your drums and your bass would not be so. It would not feel so repetitive. How's everybody doing today, Runix? Fucking fantastic, man. We're listening to tracks as always, and we're giving our advice on them, man. That's what we do here. You know how it is. You're gonna experience something very similar. But yeah, man, all good. Interesting choice to have your vocals spread left and right. I guess this is sort of stand-in vocals in and of itself, but it's an interesting choice. I don't think it sounds bad. Mixed okay. Well, yeah, actually, it's funny. I was actually listening now specifically for mix notes. Yes, it's really. Excuse me, Floor Tom. It's really punchy. That flat 80s kick breaks my hip hop brain. I can imagine. It's very 80s. It's very 80s. That in your snare is very, very 80s. It does what it needs to do. That said, I'll say that it is mixed appropriately in that it's standing out, but it's not like obnoxiously loud like a lot of heavier mixes are. I don't mind obnoxiously loud. I'm just saying it is not that. I was going to say that the bass could use a little more up mixing, but honestly, not really. I think it's mixed appropriately, man. It's, it's a gentle bass. It's what I want from the track, so I think it's mixed appropriately, man. Very catchy, too. I like the vibe of the song. It's very nice. Very catchy, too. Could vibe to this in my car on a dawn night drive. 100% agree with that point. 100%. Let's keep listening and see if the variations do happen. Yeah, so the variations are starting to become a little bit more apparent. The guitar, like I'm saying, that's what I was about to say. The lead guitar does move around a little bit, so it does create a little bit of variation. But again, we're depending on the vocals to come and freshen it up, so I'm waiting on that. Yo, DGE, what's going on, my dude? Welcome to the queue. Thank you very much for joining. I'm going to, guys, I'm going to close the queue at this point. Sorry, I'm going to have to because I got to take off in about an hour or so. So I'm going to let everyone who's in the queue right now stay, and then I got to take off because I work at 6 a.m. tomorrow. So at this point, if there's anybody in the stream right now who's watching who has not already entered their name into the queue, or who has not done it so already today, speak now or forever hold your beats. I'll give you 15 seconds. Oh, no, that's okay, Fef. We'll continue with the song. I'm just closing the queue because more submissions will mean that I go on way, way too late for tonight. So, unfortunately, I will not be able to do so. That said, that's time. So, the queue is now closed, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you to all whom submitted their names. And I thank you to all who were already reviewed today. We will continue with Feffen's track right now, and we'll see if I said quiet, Lord Tom, and we'll see if we could think of anything else at this time. I don't necessarily have many notes for this track because again, it's a very chill track and it's missing its main lead element. So yeah, I'm doing all right, DGE. I'm doing pretty great, honestly. We're having a lot of fun. Got a part-time job this week. Started a new job. I'm got a contract tomorrow and Thursday. Got D&D on Friday. It's gonna be a good week. A busy week. That's why I'm taking off early today. But a good week. Let's keep listening. Is that a harp sample, by the way, in the back? Is that what I'm hearing, Feffen? Is that like a harp? Yeah, it's a harp. Okay, it's a cool sample. It's a cool sample. Okay, have fun though and take care. I'll still be here for a little while, DGE. I'll be listening to your track, no problem. Yeah, dude. That harp is great. It contrasts the song quite nicely. It's an element that technically doesn't fit at all, but is mixed so subtly that it's creating a welcome subconscious change to the track. It's creating a little more a little friction, but also a little bit of movement. I like that very much. I would like at some point though for that harp is for it to like sway to the left and right so that it creates as much of movement in the stereo image as it is in the as it is in the actual feel of the song. So after I do these push-ups, we're gonna keep listening. 1, 2, 4, 5. Oh, my abs! My abs are nowhere near what they used to be. Ah! Thanks, Runix, for taking care of my body for me, because I'm not. I'm not necessarily sure about the choice to mix left and right the vocals, the main vocals, but again, that's going to come down more to the it's going to come more down to like the way that the main vocals and the singer that you find sounds in your mix. I don't hate it in the left and right channel. I just don't know if I prefer it to a straight centered vocal. Yeah. I'm not sure. I love you, Mike. Every time you do them, I do them as well, by the way, when I'm here. Yes, my man, I love you too, and that's the way we got to cooperate. You know what I'm going to do then in that case? I am going to tell everyone to hydrate, because it's about that time. So everyone drink some water. Ugh, it's better. Figure the main would come in right down the middle. Right, that's what I figured. just noticed. Hold on a second. Oh, shit! Thank you, Runix. I appreciate that so much. That's really kind of you, my dude. Thank you very much. That's the first time you gifted a sub in our channel. That is very, very kind indeed, my dude. Wow, 94 subs in the month. That is fucking mental, dudes. That is fucking crazy. I cannot believe that. Part of me is not. Okay, let me go back to this note. Thank you, Runix. I just noticed something before. Okay, so, yeah, just go on. Didn't want to interrupt, but timing was off. My bad. That's all good, dude. That's all good. I'll play back what I was thinking. And I did notice I didn't forget my point here, Fef. The thing here is that whenever you have that, like, weird, like, it sounds almost like a tom, but like a high pass tom. That is taking energy away from your kick. That might be a main mastering thing that is occurring there, Fef, but it is taking away from not only the treble, but the bass of your kick. Like your entire track seems to be pumping when those things come in. I don't necessarily think it's a bad thing for your mix in that the break, a little bit of break from that kick, it's a very heavy kick. So like, it's definitely not, unwelcome to get a little bit of a breath from it. But if you're not going for that, if you're not specifically saying like, I want to have the kick duck back when those hits occur, you might examine that, because it's what's happening here. And I'm noticing that I'm losing not only the treble of your kick, but the actual bass itself is being pulled back a little bit. So be an extra kind of careful for that particular thing, especially if that's not the intended effect that you wanted. Because I'm hearing it and feeling it differently. Again, not bad, just different. Whether that's a good thing for you or not is entirely your call. Really like that harp, but it should definitely be in the left right, at least for this portion here, because there's so much energy that's well, not energy, but because there's so much going on in the center at this point. Again, not so much, but because the few things that are going on in the center are pretty dense, I want to hear those things, and that harp, I just want to hear it enhancing the stereo image. So as I said before, maybe sweeping from left to right as it goes, that could be an idea. Or in this particular instance, just having it spread left and right, maybe fully, maybe narrow, but like at least 50%, I'm thinking, for this particular section, I think would be a pleasant change from the harp we've been hearing in the rest of the song. Again, one man's opinion. And then it repeats all over. Either way, that's been 3 minutes, so I will end it there. That said, Fef, you've got a good track here. It's super groovy. It's got those what's the song from The Weeknd? Is it Blinding Lights? It's got the Blinding Lights sort of feel, but a lot softer and a lot more like chill. I like this track a lot. I think I agree with Runix in that it's certainly a song that I would like. Just be driving, just be having this song on fucking loop, just driving down the 20 on the in Montreal. Like that's for me a great driving song, because it's chill enough, but it has a driving rhythm, and I like that a lot about this track. So I'll say for you, for sure, Feffin, it seems like you know what you're doing creation-wise, because there is a little bit of arrangement. Take a look at that bass loop, maybe adding in the variation where you're actually following the guitar. You're going to the G, and then you're going to the back to the B, then to the A, then to the F sharp. Might be a welcome change in that 4-bar loop. It might make your whole song feel like a little bit more cohesive. And to be honest with you, I'm not necessarily a fan of. Not that I'm not a fan. I think that the harp could be a little bit more stereo panned throughout. Again, the repetition is hard to say if it's a good or bad thing yet, because we need the lead vocals to tell you whether or not that is the good or bad aspect of this song. But right now, it's not the best aspect of the song. It's unfortunately my least favorite part of the song. But thanks, fellas. Vibe check passed. That's the hard part. Everything else can be fixed in post. You got it, dude. The vibe is there. The elements are there. The other little things can be fixed. When I hear it can be fixed in post, I get flashbacks from people going like, don't worry about recording. We'll fix it in post. And I'm like, I want to strangle you, because most of the good sounds come from good recordings. But you're right in this case, Fef. You're absolutely right. So well done. Thank you for letting us listen to the track online. Thank you for letting us listen to it all together, and to thank you for trusting us with the track nonetheless, so that we can give you our feedback on it. I'm excited to see the evolved version of this track with the lead vocals intact and with the whole vibe coming in as one universal force. So, Fef, thank you very much for your submission. I'm looking forward to your next one, and yeah, absolutely, come back anytime. Anytime. I love your vibe. It's a really good sound you got. Next on up, Rise. Rise is with us. I still think he is with us. Oh, yep. I'm seeing him in the chat. So, yep, and here he is joining us in the chat with the track. Awesome. Just pulling it on up. Here it is. All right, very awesome. So, let us. You know what? You need no introduction. You are Rise. So, here we go, ladies and gentlemen, with the track from Rise. Made this with a friend, still a work in progress. Let me know just what you think so far. I shall indeed let you know just what I think. Nothing more, nothing less. Rise collab with Rue Garage. Rue Garage, esti. Rue Garage, meaning street garage. The collab V1. And that's that all now. Oui. As far as I'm concerned, Runix, Rise, it's pronounced Rise specifically. If I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong about that. Yeah, exactly. That's what I figured. We've been over this, and I've had to correct myself a couple of times on that. But yeah. Yo, Stefan Fufun 12. Stefan Fufun. I appreciate that. Appreciate you coming on by, stopping and listening to some of the music that we're listening to. That said, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Rise/RIs with the collab with Rue Garage, version 1.
You make me feel so good.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, I think it would make more sense if it was a little finished, but I get why those wobbles sound so bare there. That's where you guys basically stopped producing. Okay, I really like this. I think the overall vibe, that sort of like ambient house slash lounge slash almost breakbeaty style vibe is really cool. It's really, really cool. Let's go through it and see what we like and what we don't like about it. Well, not that we don't like, but what we think we can improve. What are you using, out of curiosity? This is not a feedback. I'm just curious, Rise. What are you using for your like vinyl effects? Is it isotope vinyl? Out of curiosity, just very, very curious. It's a Synplant patch with a vinyl sample over the top. That's nice. That's fucking cool. Synplant. You're the second producer I know that uses Synplant. Zale himself being the the only other guy I know. Might have RC20 as well though, not for the noise. Nah, that's just for the wait, RC20? What's RC20? Oh, it's like a retro coloration. Okay. I think I've seen that. Up there. Okay, I would have. So here's the thing. I'm hearing this sample in here. Like, right? Vinyl, but even better. It looks better, honestly. I would have liked maybe like a high cut version of that in the first intro here. Right there, kind of thing, but like a very, very low pass, high reverb version of that synth, of that not that synth, but that effect, that sample, whatever it may be, that's creating that shaker sort of effect. I would have liked a version of that here, right in this midway point, again, to break it up a little bit, because otherwise it's just repeating over and over. The vinyl is keeping it at least a little bit interesting, so that's cool stuff, but it's not necessarily the development that I would like to hear.
I need a break, don't care how long it takes. Don't care how long.
Granular stuff, is what you're talking about, is the synth here, the granular stuff that's going on is a synth? Okay, cool. That's actually pretty nice. All right, cool. Just making sure that that's what it is. So, yeah, I mean, I would have put it maybe a hint of that granular synth here. Again, low passed and high pass, well, band passed, and by definition band passed, with a little bit more reverb on it here, just to hint at it. But you got me exactly. I personally think that the drums are a little loud.
You make me feel so good. You really broke my heart.
I think that compared to the rest of the elements, the hi-hat and the clicky snare, a little bit loud compared to the rest of the elements. So maybe lowering the volume on that for this particular section before your first drop would have maybe been what I'd suggest at that point.
You open the sky. Think I need a break.
Yeah, because here it's at its perfect level. Like it's. I know it's a pain in the ass to either automate or to create a new channel just for one section that is lower in volume. So I get why you would leave it at its same volume for this section, because it is perfectly appropriate for this section, that the level of the click and the hi-hat. It's perfect here. But it is just a little too loud in this section. So I'd say do the work. Regrettably, do the work. variations, man. I'm gonna play this drop one more time.
Think I need a break.
Yeah. Makes me think of an NPC in Breath of the Wild. Actually, I don't know if you guys play Breath of the Wild at all, but there's this merchant guy who's an NPC who you find in a bunch of different like horse stables, and it sounds exactly like his yeah, but it's pitched, and it's really cool. It's really fucking awesome. I love those things. I don't know what anime to rewatch. Great. One Piece. I don't know.
Think I need a break.
Sorry, I was gone. I was back now. I'm back now. What I would put here, Rise, is maybe a crash. I don't know if that would fit. Let me hear what it sounds like.
Think I need a break.
Maybe.
Think I need a break. Think I need a break.
Maybe a soft crash. A softer crash. That's a little loud for this, but I think for a certain splashiness here, just to create a little more contrast between the previous section's drop and this one. Not that it's a different drop, it's the same. It's just, I think I would like a little bit of a splash here.
Why do you do this? Say for me.
Good variation there as well with the sustained synths rather with the staccato synths rather. So I like that. I think I would have liked a change up in the drum pattern here. I know that's asking a lot, but I don't know.
Do this, say for me.
Maybe just a couple more like leading in beats and stuff like that. Maybe something like I don't have a click sample here, but like maybe like doing the doing a little more amen breakish sort of thing. Might be interesting. Might be interesting here, but like not very very active, but just like. Even very gently, those like your main snare click should be the most prominent one volume wise and velocity wise, but maybe a couple in there thrown in there. Jack Spade Za, thank you very much for that follow. Appreciate that very very much. That's very cool of you. Welcome to the chat for the first time also. Unfortunately, my dude, the queue is now closed. Has been closed for some time, actually. We're doing quite a quick stream, although we've been on for 5 hours already. We're going to be closing it a little bit early today. Our next stream available will be this upcoming Saturday. I'm glad that you followed so that you'll get the notification when we go live. And if you want even more confirmation that you're not going to miss the notification, you can join our Discord server. And I post every time we go live. I post straight to my guys, like, what's up? We're going live. So, yeah. I love how my stream starts after yours and ends before yours. Yeah, I know, man. I go long. I go way too long. I go for way too long. Would you have considered maybe octaving down your vocals and think I need a break? I don't know if that's possible for you or if you want it to happen, but I think that might have, I think we would have needed a break. Later, though. Okay, maybe that's why it's subconsciously in my brain, the idea, because I heard it later. I like that sort of brassy synth that's coming in here. I think I might have liked it in this section. I don't know if you did add it and we just couldn't hear it, but I think I would have liked it to hint at its existence in this particular drop. That would have done two things. That would have obviously, yeah, I thought it might have been, but I can't fucking hear it. I can't hear it at all. I really... Oh, there. Oh. I don't know if I would have put that there if I would have put that in this section, but whatever. It reminds me of the sample from, what's the song? It reminds me of that particular, like, brassy synth sample. Not sample, but sound. It sounds similar sonically. That said, it's completely different. It's an ad song in Germany. I don't even know who's singing. I can lift you up. I can show you what you want to see and take you where you want to be. That's the song I'm thinking of. Either way, completely different sound. So, like, it's just like, it reminds me of that, but it doesn't matter. Love that. Love how that comes out of fucking nowhere. Fucking amazing contrast. Super fidgety vibes, super crazy, like spastic and even more breakbeaty. Love that. Really, really enjoy that. Careful with those sections because you're losing kind of some of the effects because it's starting from a higher frequency range. And like when you're going like we're kind of losing a little bit of the dynamics of what was the strongest dynamic elements there. Specifically those like... There it is. You did say you had...